Chairman.
All right. Good morning. The July 9th, 2025 Budget Workshop will now be called to order. Thank you for all attending. We'll begin with a moment of silent reflection for all our first responders and members of the armed forces. We'll be followed by an invocation by Commissioner Susan Adams, and I'll be proud to lead us in the pledge. Please rise.
Good morning. As we begin this budget workshop, let us take a quiet moment to reflect on the responsibility entrusted to us. May we be guided by wisdom, integrity, and fairness. May our discussions today be marked by respect, transparency, and a shared commitment to the well-being of all residents in our county. Let us remember that every number and every decision reflects the values and priorities of the community we serve. May we work together with open minds and steady hearts, always focused on building a stronger, more equitable future for all. In the Lord's name we pray. Amen.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance to the greatest nation on earth, the United States of America, home of the free because of the brave. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you all. In a moment, we'll begin with a general overview of our session by our County Administrator, John Tikanich. But before I begin with that, I just want to advise the public that at 1:30 today, we'll have a time-certain solid waste disposal district public hearing, and that is by ordinance at 1:30. And sometime after 2 o'clock, we will have a special call meeting in regards to the, this meeting will be temporarily suspended at that time, so we can ensure that we can have a special call meeting, which will be initiated regarding the special assessment resolution for solid waste disposal. In addition, this is well attended. Thank you all for coming, and maybe more shall come. And we want to give everybody a fair and equal opportunity to be able to speak. So there will be a 3-minute allotment for anyone who wishes to speak regarding any one of the budgetary items at the end. And we just ask you to stay on course and be able to speak. But we have to limit it to 3 minutes because we will never get through the budget session if we don't. Thank you. I turn this over to County Administrator John Tikanich.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. It's an honor to be here this morning before you. Pleased to present the proposed budget for the fiscal year 25-26. You all have my budget message, and I don't really want to repeat everything in there. So, we mentioned that was an overview. We'll provide some detail. But generally speaking, I will say that this budget session has been a little bit more challenging as we look upon the horizon. And, we see, whether you look at the state's economic, forecaster, you look at the Florida Tax Watch, you look at Dr. Snaith and his economic forecasts, there is a potential for at least a cooling, if not a contraction, in our economy. That some suggest 27, 28, depending. And then there's the other issue that we face is we saw this year a number of potential reforms proposed related to how local governments will finance themselves. We did see the business sales tax, use and license tax eliminated. That already will have an impact on our budget this upcoming year. So I don't think it's not, I think House Speaker Perez says, we don't know exactly all what's coming, but we need to be prepared. And so we approach the process with that same mindset of being cautious and being mindful that, we have 2 years potentially between now and then to make decisions that would set us on and keep us on a fiscally sustainable course to ensure that we can provide essential services, and not experience some of the issues that pretty much all governments in Florida faced, back in 2007 without any warning. I will say, and I'll probably use Dr. Snaith's analogy from last year, if the Great Recession was a Category 5, could be considered a Category 5 hurricane, and then the COVID would be more like a Category 2. This will be tantamount to like a tropical storm or tropical depression. But at this point in time, we don't know. There's a lot of uncertainty. We're seeing some stabilization geopolitically, but anything could still happen. There's no resolution on the tariffs issue. That could affect our economy. We're seeing local, by groups that study real estate markets across the country, our county is facing the fact that we have the 5th steepest decline in real estate values out of 384 metropolitan areas. And that's also evidenced by we're looking at our building permit revenues and the volume, and they're down. Our impact fee revenues, they're down. That's based on new construction. One of the things I'm going to share with you later, the amount of new construction for this year is down compared to the amount that was for last year. So we are seeing those signs, that we've got something looming on the horizon, and to not be judicious and exercise discipline to try to make sure that we can weather the storm, and by being fiscally conservative, making smart decisions, something that this board, I believe, and previous boards has done an excellent job at doing if you look at the history. So with that, I'll get right into the budget. I want to thank you for the opportunity to be here and to present this. There we go. So the total budget, that is being presented to you is $597,623,132. That's all funds. That does represent, a decrease of 10.9% or $73.3 million. I will add that is based on the current year's budget as amended as of March 31st, which is $670.9 million. So in comparison to the budget that started last year, which was approved at the beginning of the year, it was $524.7 billion, and this one's $597.6 billion. So overall, it is a $72.9 million increase, and which is about 13.9%. So some highlights related to some of the budgetary issues. The tax roll increase for the countywide increased by 8.8%. In the unincorporated area, 8.7%. The sheriff's funding, his request was $14.6 million. I'll go in later about the county administrator's recommendation for an increase of $4.7 billion. We did have a substantial increase in retirement rates, specifically among those in special risk and other categories, and that's about $4.1 million countywide. That includes all our constitutional officers. We did experience an increase in our workers' compensation by just over $1 million, or about $1.1 million. Again, that includes our constitutional officers. You will, in the budget message, there is a table that reflects by department, not by fund, but by department, the number of positions that the county has and what we're recommending. It does reflect a net increase of 26 full-time positions, which include, 1.25 FTE with the constitutional officers, for a total of 27.25 increase in full-time positions. And again, that's not by fund. That includes all our enterprise funds and other things. As it relates to the general fund, there is only 8 positions recommended in the general fund. So one of the things, and I mentioned at the outset about the whole notion of tax reform. As you know, the legislature took up several different issues. They looked at the sales tax, the possibility of lowering that by 0.75%. That did not move. It moved in the House side, but it wasn't warmly received in the Senate. Ultimately, in conference, they resolved. But one of the things they did do is they did repeal the business rent tax of 2%, and for our local option sales tax, it was 1%. So the estimated impacts, and we received these numbers from both, we consulted with FAC and then also the Department of Revenue. And so for the optional sales tax, we are going to lose we're going to have less, about $1.5 million a year, and that'll go on. And then for the general and MSTU funds, it's about $384,000 combined. So to my point that we're already seeing some of the impacts of this past legislative session, and that doesn't even account for the issues that they're discussing related to rolling back the rates as they did back in 2008, adding an additional, at least, maybe it's a third $25,000 exemption, could be more. I think if my recollection is correct, I think it's we evaluate it in today's dollars, it's actually $3.5 million if an additional $25,000 homestead exemption was passed, by the voters. So those are real concerns when you compound that with what you have here, and if they were to do a rollback. One of the things we do recommend, there's several items that I note in the budget message, and one is that county administration, OMB, while we review the monthly and the quarterly budget reports, we will be reviewing them and then meeting, all of county administration, the executive team with OMB to review and evaluate those so we can be prepared if we start seeing any significant declines to make any adjustments, so we're not finding ourselves at the end of the year in a negative position. So that's one of the things that we're going to be doing for the upcoming year. So let's talk about general taxable value, general fund taxable value. The general fund taxable value has increased from $29.2 billion to $31.8 billion, of which new construction accounts for $606.9 million. By way of context, last year new construction was $665 million, so that's a 9.56% decrease in 1 year in new construction. Again, I mentioned the real estate, the softening of the market. I don't know if I touched on the start. I did touch on the starts, but the other thing I'd say is if you're driving out there, we all see the houses. They're, all the article not too long ago in TC Palm, they're lasting longer. The values are a little bit down. You see price reduction signs, and they're lasting longer on the market. So I am recommending that we maintain the millage rate at 3.5475 mils, which will mark the 6th consecutive year of no millage rate increase. According to the Florida Department of Revenue, the current budget year, this rate represents the 6th lowest general fund millage rate of all 67 counties. From a historical standpoint, and this would exclude, general obligation debt related to the voter-approved Environmental Lands Acquisition Program, the total ad valorem revenue for fiscal year 2026 is $194.6 million. And you can see that by those bars. And then the orange bar with the projection shows the population, and our population is just over 171,000. Millage rate comparison. So just general fund, the current rate is 3.5475. The proposed rate is to maintain it at the same, 3.5475. Our land acquisition, bond, that's the voter-approved debt. That's 0.0639 mils, and it's proposed to go to 0.0610 mils to cover our debt service. It is a reduction of about 4.5% in that rate. So subtotal countywide, we're currently at 3.6114 mils, and we would be going to 3.6085 mils, or a tenth of 1% decrease. The MSTU, the Municipal Service Taxing Unit, which covers all of those property owners in the unincorporated areas, is currently at 1.1506 mils today, and we are proposing the same 1.1506 mils for next year. The Emergency Service District, that is a countywide assessment with the exception for the town of Indian River Shores, and that rate is currently 2.3531 mils, and we are proposing to keep that rate at 2.3531 mils. So the aggregate millage would be 6.1198 mils now, and we would be going to 6.1158 mils. Recommending. So this bar chart shows us in relation to other counties around in our immediate area, as well as some other comparable ones. To the left of the orange is our current 3.5475 mils. Brevard County is lower, 2.9207. In their charter, they have a cap as it relates to the amount of revenue they can collect in every given year that's tied to the inflation, and so that has forced their rate to go down. But again, we represent the sixth lowest, millage in the state out of 67 counties. So looking at our overall budget, the breakout of general fund expenses, I think it's important to note that of the overall general fund expenses, 72.4% of our expenses are state mandated. So for every $100 in tax revenue that's collected and expended, $72.40 is spent outside of your control because we have to fund those services. And that's, again, constitutional offices, it's the state agencies such as court administration, state attorney's office, public defender's office, the guardian ad litem program, the medical examiner. So those are funded. We pay a proportionate share for the services that our residents receive from those state agencies. The other expenses comprise about 27.6%. And so what I would say is, based on that 94,149,921,000, or 60% of the general fund, is actually fund our constitutional officers alone. And then if you look at the sheriff's office alone, that accounts for 52.3% of all general fund expenses. So these are the revenues by category. Overall revenues across the budget, we see we have a pretty deep reliance, overall 39.5% on taxes. We have other sources, 17.1%, charges for services, about 6% intergovernmental, and then our permitting and fees. So this includes more than general fund. This includes our other funds, the transportation, building, Santa Ridge, and all those. So one of the things I do want to get down into, and I'll get to the next slide after this, but I do want to take a moment to discuss the budget process this year. We didn't make I don't think we made significant changes, but we certainly made some changes, as we continued to observe the economic indicators and forecasts and became aware of the intent of the Florida legislature. First, you may recall, we changed the timeline for the adoption of the CIP, the Capital Improvements Program, and the Capital Improvements elements to be more in line or closely in line with actually the budget development process. Rather than doing it in December and then in January, we did it in March. March, yeah, it was March, sorry. But then again, in early March, with the assistance of OMB, one of the things that we did this year is I distributed, fiscal year 26 operating budget targets to each department, set it at 4%. This is your target to come in at, because we knew that we had a feeling that we were going to see a reduction in the increase in value, and then we knew we were facing some other issues that the legislature is dealing with. All departments were also informed there'd be no out-of-state travel, and that travel will be closely reviewed, among other expenses. We also, in mid-March, we asked all our departments to submit their staffing requests for the upcoming year, and each of those went to either the deputy or the assistant county administrator for their review and recommendation, and then ultimately to me. Each of the departments were notified of the positions that were, or the reclassifications that were approved to be submitted as part of the budget. But that didn't mean they were automatically in. It meant that it was with the understanding that they'd face further scrutiny subject to our resources once we did the actual budget review. It just allowed them to take time and enter that information into the budget module and not enter all that in when the budget module opens and waste their time. So we kind of tried to shorten that process, or at least make it simpler so nobody wasted a ton of time, both on the OMB side and our department side in reviewing requests that generally were not going to be reviewed after we evaluated them. As with last year, we did request that any new requests of 5,000 or more, they needed to demonstrate their alignment with our strategic planning goals and needs. Additionally, all requests are prioritized similar to last year. Imperative must do, essential should do, important could do. Number 4, priority 4 was desired or be nice to do. As noted in the budget message, we do have a draft strategic plan. And I said between the state of the county, that's next week, and the beginning of the fiscal year, we will finalize that plan and bring it before the board. We think, it's even more important now, to try to get that done. So we're going to be picking up after this and start working on to finalize those final objectives in the draft plan. And then I think next year you will see an evaluation that migrates or drops, drills down a little bit lower to the strategic objectives, as well as in the budget message. One of the things I thought that would be helpful for us going into next year is for the board and administration and department heads to have a budget priorities workshop. So we understand, besides the strategic plan, what are your priorities? So as the administration and the departments are developing the budget, we understand those priorities, you articulate them, and we make sure that we're addressing those. We think that's something that will help as well. So you can, I'm not going to recite these, but you can see by the alignment, the alignment related to the goals. One thing I would add is that there are sometimes, especially with the infrastructure projects, obviously this is across the whole organization, not just the general fund. So you got utilities, you have utilities and public works, which are very infrastructure heavy. And there's some parks in here, but they also, some of those projects also have an environmental benefit. So they meet more than one goal. We ask them to identify those goals. So one of the questions that we always get, and I think you always get, well, what does this mean to me? You said $597 million or the general fund. And so for the general fund, just looking at this, if you're a resident of Indian River Shores, well, I should back up. With the assessed values based on the average assessed value in the county as derived from the property appraiser's records, and that amount is $354,567. When you less out the $50,000 homestead exemption, as we know, some may qualify for more, but we're just using the general $50,000. That brings the taxable value down to $304,567. So when we look at the general fund, remember that's where we're at 3.5475. We apply that. The current property tax for the general fund, a homeowner would pay about $1,043.82 based on a house of $304,567. For the proposed fiscal year, with the increase of 3.51%, that would go up to $36.63 and equaling $1,080. And then we have the land acquisition, which is going to be, it's currently $18.80. It'll go down to $18.58. So for Indian River Shores, because they don't pay the Emergency Services District, because they have their own public safety department, it would be, for them, they would be going from $1,062.62 to $1,099, which would be a $36.41 increase, which is about 3.43%. For those that in the unincorporated area in the rest of the county that are in the Emergency Services District, the amount would go to, the Emergency Services District levy would be currently it's $692.38, and it would be going to $716.68, a $24.30 increase, again, 3.51%. So the subtotal for all the other unincorporated is $1,755 right now, and that would be going to $1,815.71 as recommended. And I want to say it's going there, because that decision rests with you. But the increase proposed is $60.71 for the increase by percent is 3.46%. So then we have the MSTU, which is so that amount is related to all the other incorporated cities that that are members of the Emergency Service District. So then if we go and we look at the unincorporated residents, they pay a municipal service tax and unit for all the unincorporated, and that current amount is $338.55, recommended to go to $350.44 or $11.89, and at 3.51%. So for the total unincorporated area, their taxes would be going from $2,093.55 to recommended $2,166.15, or a $72.60 increase, or 3.47. Please recall with the Save Our Homes, it's, your homesteaded property can go up 3%, or inflation, whichever is less. So just in terms of a general fund overview, I mentioned earlier our ad valorem tax roll increase for the general fund is 8.8%. That amounts to about $8.68 million in additional revenue, and that, of course, assumes the 95% collection at the same millage rate. History has suggested that will hold up. So the millage rate, as I mentioned, 3.5475 is no change from last year. Our constitutional officers increase equals for the general fund equals $4,692,064, or 5.2%. Children's services funding, the increase is $421,144, or 13.8%. I just want to take a moment and remind the board, and then for those that are unaware, that number is predicated or based on the increase in value for the last year. They are a year behind, so that's why they're that 13.8. It's like, why isn't it 8.8? Well, that's going back to last year. So that sets the money, so therefore you're never adopting something it's giving that lag time. State mandated retirement rate impact. The increase across the board, including our constitutionals in the general fund, is $2.6 million, or 17.5%. Again, that's mandated. Our workers' comp rate, as it relates to the general fund, increasing by 27.9%, or roughly $337,000, again, including constitutionals. I mentioned earlier there's 9.25 net additional full-time positions, the 1.25 related to a constitutional office, and then 8 full-time positions with the Board of County Commissioners, the administration departments, rather, and that's $744,000.
Thank you, sir.
What's that? Thank you. Okay. So the this pie chart illustrates our general fund revenues by category. Taxes for the general fund make up 72%. So we are heavily, from a general fund perspective, we are heavily reliant upon our property taxes. This is what gives us so much cause and for concern as it relates to what the state is looking at doing. 72%. Other sources, which would include transfers in and reserve contingency, The 5% that we less out, in terms of for the uncollected, because that's required by state statute. That would be the other sources. Miscellaneous, that's 16.9%. Miscellaneous is 4.3%. That's like reimbursements, donations, contributions, and then rents. Like, excuse me, we still have a facility at the North County office. Five Guys is renting from there. That's one example. So while taxes make up 72% of the general fund, other sources 69, miscellaneous 4.3, and then intergovernmental revenue that we receive through grants or other sources within the general fund is 2.4%. Looking at the expenses for the general fund, as noted previously, our constitutional officers comprise, they make up 60% of all of our expenses within the general fund. And then we have state agencies, which make up an additional 4.5%. And I want to emphasize again, we fund those agencies proportional to the share of the services that are available and received by our residents. Again, court administration, state attorney's office, public defender, medical examiner, guardian ad litem, and I think also the New Horizons gets a portion of that as well. The Board of County Commissioner, and I think this is commission is important for everybody to understand, because this is the small pot of money that the county has, while the general fund recommended is $156 million. If you take $100 of general fund revenue that's going to be funding our expenses, only $22.60 out of every $100 is under your control. That's outside of those mandates and those other things that we have to do. So you have $22.60 out of every $100 to fund the various operations and services provided to the public in general. So let's look at a history of our millage rate. As I mentioned before, I recommend keeping the millage rate at 3.5475 mils. And again, this is consistent for the 6th year in a row. I think it's important to note here, because just to help everybody understand, notably, this rate is 6.69% above the rollback rate, higher than the rollback rate, which is the tax rate designed to generate. So the rollback rate is the tax rate designed to generate the same property tax revenue as the prior year adjusted for property value changes. So setting a rate above the rollback rate, even though you're maintaining the millage at the same rate, is legally counts as a tax increase, even though you're not raising the millage rate. I want to be clear on that. We're not recommending you raise the millage rate, but technically, legally, it's considered a tax increase because you're going above what the rollback rate. Now, we did a little calculation to understand, at the rollback rate, the county, and Kristen can correct me if I misremember this number, the county would only gain new ad valorem revenue from new construction. Remember, that's $606.9 million. So if the board was to elect to adopt the rollback rate, we would have to cut our revenue by about $7 million to $7.5 million. So what that means is, if it was 8.68 and we had to cut by 7.5, we'd have about $1.38 million of new revenue. So if somebody says you're increasing the taxes, but you're not, you're keeping the revenue, the rate the same, but it's considered a tax increase, but you would have $7.5 million less to be able to work with. So before I move into general fund expenses by department, are there any questions from the board as it relates to rollback rate and anything I presented so far? Okay. So what I'm going to do here, without reviewing each department, division, and function, I'm going to highlight those based on their significance of the increase or decrease. You'll see those highlighted in orange and in parentheses. Those are decreases. One of the things you also will note, with the exception of a few departments, you will see that there is the amount of increases. Again, we set targets at 4%. And we understood they were operating targets, because we understood also there was personnel expense increases. So some say, well, why is one at 6? Why is human resources at 6.1%? Why aren't they at 4? Because there's other expenses in the personnel side, personnel expenses. So for the Board of County Commission operations, you're realizing a 22.8 8% reduction, and that's largely due to the fact that the $400,000 commitment for the Hummiston Boardwalk is now no longer in your budget. It's set aside, at which time the city of Vero Beach, constructs that boardwalk and then seeks reimbursement. That money's there. It's set aside. Our county attorney's office is only going up by 2.3%. And what we did was, one of the things, we had a land acquisition specialist that resided in Public Works, and they helped with right-of-way acquisition. And to be honest, it probably wasn't the best use. And the county attorney's office has a need as it relates to, with all the land and some of the other real estate stuff that we do. So what we did is we are splitting that position. It's going to reside in the county attorney's office, but it's going to be split funded between the general fund and our secondary roads fund out of Public Works. Let's see here. Again, the communication emergency services. One of the things that we had to do this past year, we had to upgrade the microwave to ring system. That's a $719,550 decrease. The main library, we had a security camera project, and there was also, you had the centennial budget, if you recall, of about $160,000 in the library, because Michelle Wagner, I am going to give her a shout out because I thought she did just a great job for being somebody. She's a genealogist, a librarian, and I think overnight was required to try to become event planner extraordinaire, and I think she did an extraordinary job. They also purchased, they had to purchase a new cargo van. The other one that sat behind the thing was on its last legs. I used to get calls about this old dilapidated van that's sitting behind the library. Is anybody using it? So they had to get new vans. That reflects the decrease there. The main library, we had I mentioned that one. Okay, I'm very sorry. So the North County Library, we have, again, there were some security cameras. That was a decrease. That's about 2.4%. I'm going to go down to community services. That's 14.1% increase. And that's largely due to an additional salary and benefits being funded because there is a lack of available fund through SHIP, which is our State Housing Initiative Program. Here's another instance where the legislature, what they've done in the past, is when they need GR, general appropriations money, and they don't want to either, they're looking for doing things. They have in the past demonstrated, and they can do it, they establish a trust fund. So everybody pays, the documentary, stamps or taxes on real estate transaction. Those are supposed to fund the Sandusky, housing fund, or the trust fund, if you will, to help with low income and or moderate programs for, the State Housing Initiative Program. Well, they did that this year again. It's been a couple years, but they went back to their old playbook, and they have, there's less money. And also they are going from 0.3 in community services to 0.6 FTEs. So the next one I want to touch on is human resources. There's an increase over last year's salaries and benefits because when we hired our professional development manager, came in a little more experienced and did not start at the exact starting range. Then also we made sure that there is still funds there for our $20,000 for professional development of an organization of 1,009 as we stand today, and depending on what's approved in positions that, so I think you understand that. We think that's important to continue to reinforce our service excellence, to provide our training for our supervisors, our managers, and directors in terms of leadership training as we work to change the culture in our organization. Veterans benefits, or excuse me, veteran services. There's an increase largely in part-time salary and benefit costs to a part-time veteran service office. We have over 19,000 veterans in our community. Between the services we provide and Vet Service Council, some could argue we should be still providing more. But we do, I think our veteran services, Melissa and all the veteran service officers, they do an amazing job. We just continue to see the increase in the efficiencies and the reduction in time of getting vets in, servicing them, helping them, working, coordinating with Veteran Service Council, getting them transportation down to to the West Palm Beach. I understand that we're still on track, last I heard, is for the VA clinic that's going to be opening in our county is supposed to be in September. I mean, we are excited about that because that's an opportunity to continue serving those who have so admirably served our country and paid a cost for it. So the next I'm going to cover that. Emergency management, you see it's about 0.3%, but parks. So parks, we're growing in parks. You just stopped at a 10-year master plan. But there was also some things where, they suffered from, they were one of the organizations that were probably, I used to say undernourished or malnourished. And so there were some requests there. And they had much more requests than what we could fulfill. But there is 2 full-time positions that are being increased, as well as some funds related to maintenance, as well, and maintenance and structures, and then $37,000 in fairground expenditures. Let's flip this here. So human services, this is a component of our community services department, and that is a 25.8% increase. We hired an additional caseworker. Oh, I gotta do this one, sorry, my bad. Thank you. We did hire an additional caseworker to help us process these cases, in terms of the number, based on the traffic coming in for those that are in need of assistance, and lining them up, whether what we provide or whether we get them in touch with the proper agencies that can assist them. You need somebody to do that, and we did hire an additional caseworker for this year. The Ag Extension, the last year they bought a Chevy Silverado to replace an aging vehicle, so that's the reduction from there. Parks Conservation Land, we're acquiring more land by virtue of the bond acquisition, and so we've got to be able to manage those lands. So there is 2, they asked for several, but there's 2 additional positions, and there's 1 reclassification. And I want to mention reclassification because it's not something I don't think we included in prior year's budgets, but we looked at reclassification as an opportunity to be agile and flexible, and if departments had a greater need, well, I need to do this, I have this position, but I need to be a little bit, so we entertained reclassifications as a way of not trying to hire another person. We offered more money, they've taken on more responsibility. In some instances, some are just straight reclasses that more accurately reflect their position. I mean, we had some that were actually downgraded, based on what they were doing. Purchasing, we are, again, as you see the volume of purchasing that we're having, because as we continue to move projects forward, whether it be capital, whether it be programs, or whatever the case might be. So there's certainly an increased workload there. So there's an additional person for purchasing. I will tell you, having done, Greenbelt studies on purchasing before, I'm amazed at the amount of work that, given the level of staff that we have comparative, I was to pull up the Florida Benchmark Consortium numbers, where we can compare benchmark how many we have and what volume of work we do. What they do is pretty amazing, but they definitely are in need of additional assistance to be able to get these RFPs and other things out in a timely and responsive manner. Facilities management, as you know, I mean, I touched on parks and conservation. Yes, facilities management. As you know, we had a capital deferred program, but one of the things that we've talked about is maybe a deferred maintenance. While we didn't lay out a specific deferred maintenance program for 5 years, we did work with our facilities manager and our director, Anthony Warren, and we evaluated facilities, and what they need to do in order to be able to maintain, because obviously it's just like a vehicle. If you're changing the oil, you're rotating the tires, you're doing everything you're supposed to, it's going to last longer if you maintain the upkeep. So there's about a $110,000 increase in janitorial, $84,000 in other contractual services. We have a $100,000 increase in electrical. There is a $6,000 to $8,000 decrease for flooring. There's there was a decrease in courthouse maintenance. I think we restored some of that. if I recall correctly, because we need to maintain that building as well. I mean, that's important, it's an important public building. There was a $318,000 increase in maintenance for ACs, and then we did see some decreases as it relates to our maintenance of our cameras. So OMB, as you can see, that's going down 16%. I already mentioned building facility services. I think I read the wrong one first, so I apologize. But there are two additional positions. If you recall, this was a brand new department started. We got it going, and Nancy evaluated. They presented what the needs were as it related to be able to reasonably maintain what we have. And so there's two positions there. One that we're currently recruiting an assistant director. If you recall, they handle building, facility services, capital projects, and building and permitting with life safety and capital projects. So there's a diversity of, while interconnected and related, it's certainly a diversity, and it would require some additional assistance there. Let's see here. The next one we're going to go down to, that's a transfer for internet security and telecom insurance premiums. We recently had, we experienced an increase in our risk management budget by about 10%. And then we also have for our animal control, it's about 8.3% or $87,000. The percentage might seem high, but it's $87,000. And then the Indian River Lagoon, obviously we adopted an Indian River Lagoon management plan. It's one of the items that is one of our priorities. It's one of our goals, and this provides some funding, as it relates to making sure we can implement. It provides an additional position that will be environmental specialist that will be focused on the implementation of Indian River Lagoon management. So I mentioned animal service, I mentioned animal control and animal services. And one of the things I want to point out there, because there's an NA, it's $1.3 million. It's about a fourth line up, fourth line up from the bottom above the green bar. On November 30th, our contract with the Humane Society is set to expire. Our animal control officers, I can tell you, in speaking with our staff, they're frustrated because they get called out to handle a feral or a wild animal, and they contact the Humane Society. There's issues related to capacity and service issues right now. We have been working and meeting with Mike Zito, Dave Johnson have been meeting with them, but we are left with we don't have an alternative, if they don't have the capacity, and then they won't accept certain animals. And the notion of releasing or not taking into custody an animal that is, terrorizing arguably a neighborhood is just unsafe and will cost us more in the long run. So we are looking at the acquisition of a site funded through optional sales tax, not general fund, but the salaries and all this. So this reflects, what we believe right now would be the expenses. And then we probably will work with Humane Society for that transition, so the overlap in timing. But it's something, we're not the only county that has this issue where we're taking it back in. A couple of years, St. Lucie did it. Brevard County, the sheriff's office does it there. Their budget's $5.5 million, so I think 1.3 is kind of reasonable. I get they have 72 square miles to our, or 72 linear miles to our 22. So that represents about 75% of the annual anticipated expenses, because we believe the first quarter is something that we're going to have to do that transition with Humane Society and getting whatever facilities that we've identified, up to, code and make the necessary improvements. Again, that would be through optional sales tax. Thank you. So for the total BCC departments, our current budget this year is $33.8 million. The proposal is an increase of 1.7, or to go to $35.5 million, and that's 5%. That's a 5% increase. Looking at our constitutional officers. So I'm just going to read these, and I do have some more comments near the end as it relates. Our property appraiser, their request, excuse me, this current year, they're at $5.29 million. The request is for $5.63 million. It's about $348,000 increase. We paid the bill.
Someone's leaning on the light switch.
Oh, yeah, somebody might be leaning on one of the switches.
Yeah.
So this is largely the property appraiser. It includes, the funds for the raises, and then we have the clerk of circuit court. Their request is very modest, 2.3% increase, going from $1.526 million to $1.561 million, or an increase of $34,755. And that additional funding, besides the cost of living adjustment and the additional 1.25 full-time position, there's funding for criminal justice software. Our tax collector, this is a staff's estimate. Their budget, if you recall, is not due to August 1st. We did kind of estimate a 10.4% increase, which would be about a $448,000, almost $449,000 increase, going from $4.29 million to $4.74 billion. Our supervisor of elections, 6.9% increase, amount of $155,736, going from $2.26 million to $2.42 million. And that is in large measure related to they are needing to hire a GIS specialist, additional GIS specialist. And then there's some increased costs, again, mandates, increased costs due to new legislation. The Value Adjustment Board, largely due to contractual services for outside legal, it's going from $64,800 to $70,000, 8% increase. And then we have our sheriff's budget, it's currently $78,911,000, and the recommended for on the administrator recommendation is $83,646,672, which represents a $4.734 million increase, or 6%. We also cover obviously the sheriff's electric at $780,000. So now I'm going to go take a little deeper dive into our. So if you want to take all the other constitutionals, and then I'll go into
thank you
the
for that. I see
sheriff's
some of
office
our
budget with more
constitutionals are
detail.
here, and I know that the public might also want to speak regarding any one of these matters. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a brief recess, and then we will invite the constitutionals to.
Yes, and I would encourage you to do the property appraiser through the supervisor of elections, because there's more information to present in the sheriff's budget, and I'm sure our members attending want to hear that information before they
certainly.
comment.
Thank you. We're going to take a brief recess. Guess I'm gonna have to hit the gavel.
Friend that's a little bit older to power
Meeting will now be called back to order. Thank you all. County Administrator has aforementioned the request, and we'll have an opportunity for the constitutional officers to talk a little bit about their request. And I see none other than Wesley S. Davis.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. How you doing this morning? And Commissioners. After hearing what the county administrator said regarding that $22 for every $100 goes to your operations, that didn't fall on deaf ears, having sat where you are. I appreciate the predicament and the situation you're in. As having been a commissioner during the throes of the Great Recession of 2010, this isn't a packed house compared to then. Whenever you start slashing lifeguards, public libraries, and then asking the constitutional officers to slash their budgets by 30%. This is a good, bad problem to have, but in putting together this budget that we have in front of you today, please know that didn't fall on deaf ears out of respect for the taxpayers of Indian River County and out of the respect for the situation that you're in as commissioners. With that said, it's personnel. We're in a situation where we all breathe the same air as far as the cost of living. We're all trying to retain personnel. I understand that you're the supervisor of elections trying to find a GIS person. I'm gonna go ahead and tell Leslie now, keep your hands off my GIS department. No, but we've made some great hires in there. And in looking at, please note, the budget that's in front of you today, it's fully funded the positions. The positions that we have is 39. I'm proud to say 39 full-time employees is the same positions, that number of positions that we've had since 2010, which came after, as a commissioner, we requested the constitutional officers cut their budgets by 30%. And it's hard to believe that's been 15 years ago. But we're at that same staffing level. I'm very proud of that as an elected official to be able to say that to the taxpayers of Indian River County. We've only been able to do that by embracing technology. And then, of course, every year it seems like those contracts do go up by 5%, and it's a part of doing, I guess, business. But more importantly is we focus back on the personnel side of it. Some of the things that we've done this year, we have, I'm going to say, privatized our IT department. I have got to be able to get the expertise and experience for a department of our size on a $5 million budget. It's hard to find that talent. And we were able to find a private, it's a franchise, but it's here locally, and we're very satisfied with that. So much so, we actually have a staff member from their firm come to the office 3 days a week, and they're always on call anytime we need them. So that's saved us a bunch of money. I still have that position funded. And the reason why is I want to make sure before I take the leap that if it doesn't work out, I can hire somebody if at all possible. But with that said, we plan on returning nearly $300,000 again this year to the county commission whenever we do our budget at the end of the year when we turn those funds back into you. And if you take that and look at what I'm requesting this year, that's about flat. And that's flat because if we can't hire the talent, then I'm not going to hire somebody. But at the same time, I've got to be ready to hire in the event that the talent becomes available. And rest assured, I know that as a constitutional officer, I can take and move money around inside of a budget if I wanted to. I can move it from personnel into operations. I'm not going to do that. I have never done that, and I will not do that without at least coming to you and letting you know at a public meeting, and it'll be a very compelling reason to do so. I haven't seen it yet and don't anticipate it. But rest assured that these funds, that if I cannot hire the talent that I need and for replacement and support inside the office, those funds will be coming back to you. With that said, if you have any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer any. And again, it boils down to basically this is COLA, merit, and retirement, which all goes back to personnel. which is really, I see, after looking at the review of your budget, that's kind of what you're faced with. And again, none of this fell on deaf ears whenever it came time for me to put this budget together, not just for your scrutiny, but for the taxpayers of Indian River County's scrutiny.
Wesley, I just want to say that when you first began this pathway, when you left that seat on the dais and went across the way, you promised and committed to innovation and new understanding of what the property appraiser could do. You promised change, and you did so. There was a bit of caution. When you hear that, that generally equates to dollars. I want you to know that I think this board is grateful that, and the citizens are grateful that you did all that you were committed to do in a conservative fashion and not burden the taxpayer, but make the taxpayer and have the understanding of what it takes to make an efficient department. I think you're doing an awesome job.
I'm very humbled by that, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate that. And, you know, speaking of when I first went across the street, Commissioner Solari at the time, he challenged me. He said that it was a good opportunity to lift up the hood of the property appraiser's office and go through everything over there and review it. And I'm actually pretty proud to say that we were Doge before Doge was known of. We had
I think you dozed yourself.
We did, and in fact, I see Councilman from Indian River Shores, Councilman Allwater here. He was a member of that committee, and as a result of that, we restructured a lot of policy that saved a lot of money. We also canceled some contracts, which is so I guess maybe Elon Musk was speaking to Commissioner Solari or something to get some ideas for this. But we did that a long time ago, and now, of course, it seems to be in vogue with the state again. And so, you know, I'm very proud of that Citizens Audit Committee that we had going back 6 years ago, and it really got us off to a good start.
You've implemented some great stuff.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, Wesley, I appreciate the cooperation between county staff and your staff, especially when it comes to like code enforcement issues we have where we need to interact with y'all and other things we have. It's just everybody's been so helpful and everybody works so good between our staff and your staff. It's really a blessing to see that. And also, Mr. Chairman, from the Value Adjustment Board standpoint, we appreciate, you know, all the stuff in that. We have gotten much less, you know, people questioning their tax bill versus that we did just since 2020, and it's been that shows great progress in my opinion. So I appreciate it for that.
Thank you, Commissioner Erman. Let me compliment you also on something. You know, it's going to be tough whenever the trend notices come out because, as you know, the unincorporated areas of the county. For residential, they're going to have on their trend notice the solid waste or the mandatory curbside collection. There's about half the property appraisals, I think, in the state of Florida that do not allow any non-ad valorem on their trend notices. And the reason for that is because the property appraisers catch flack for something they have no control over and didn't do other than just put non-ads on their trend notices. It's going to happen this year, but I want to commend you as a commission. I think it's the right thing to do out of an abundance of transparency. I think that you, in fact, as far as I know, are the only elected board that has their non-ad valorems on the trim notice. There's stormwater fees in other municipalities. There's that are not on the trim notice but go directly on the tax bill. Now, they meet the requirements of having the public hearings, but y'all know how public hearings are. They're not nearly as well received and paid attention to as a trim notice whenever it comes into the mail. The phones are going to light up, but I do commend you, commissioners, for putting it on the trim notice and being, in my opinion, the epitome of transparency in this process that we know we're fixing to go through. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. Next, I see Ryan Butler.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, can you speak up just a little bit? We can't hear you.
A little better?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning,
Good morning.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. As the county administrator said, we have a fairly modest budget proposal from the clerk's office. Much of the credit for that really goes to the collaboration between the clerk's office and the county's IT department, along with Budget Director Kristen Daniels. There are some software applications that we use in common with the county, and what we did for this budget year is we took a look at that and decided to allocate the cost between our agencies based on a relative use of those applications. That actually brought our costs down. Additionally, there was one software application that we were using that we found was not particularly productive, so we cut that contract and we cut that cost out. Now, one caveat to our budget, and it's one caveat that we've been giving you every year for the past 7 years, is related to our IT costs. As you know, many years ago, the state placed the burden of funding IT-related costs at the courthouse on the counties. They, of course, didn't provide the counties with any money to do that. We have been relying on surpluses in some state-mandated IT trust funds for the last 20 years. Every year, those surpluses are being depleted, and that's due to a couple of factors. One is that IT costs continue to go up, and secondly, we've also noticed that the state continues to place unfunded mandates on the counties with respect to courthouse operations. Now, we currently predict that by 2028, we're going to reach a point where the county will need to fund some of those IT needs. The good news, though, is that this year we've actually seen an increase in the amount of money, increase in the surpluses. So I hope to come back next year and tell you that it's going to be further down the road. But in the interest of transparency, I always want to let the board know that that's going to be on the horizon. I know you've been hearing that every year for 7 years, but I want you to be aware of that. And of course, we will let you know when that moment actually comes. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions of the clerk?
All right.
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you.
And next, we do have, is our tax collector here? Now, our budget does not have to be presented. County Administrator? Our budget does not have to. And so August 1st, she will be able to present hers. But if she was here, I just wanted to acknowledge. Next, we have our supervisor elections. Leslie Swan.
Good morning, Chairman Flesher and Commissioners. I'm Leslie Swan, the Supervisor of Elections. I want to thank you for this opportunity to let me present my proposed 2025-2026 budget. And I always want to thank you all. We have such great work together between our two departments, and you help us keep the integrity, security, and accessibility of our elections here in Indian River County. You know, the rapid growth of our county has necessitated the need for an additional early voting site. Since early voting began in Indian River County in 2004, we've maintained 3 early voting sites. That's the past 21 years. That's a long time. And we're now at a point that we need to add an additional site. And if you look back to the 2024 presidential election, 45% of those that turned out voted at an early voting site. So our team at the elections office is really excited. Our 4th early voting site is going to be at the Intergenerational Recreation Center in the southern part of the county, where we really need one. And my sincere appreciation goes out to our county administrator, John Ticanage, and our assistant county administrator, Mike Zito, because they were instrumental in helping us acquire the IG Center as another early voting site. So funds to purchase equipment, voting equipment, and supplies to run that site are included in my proposed budget. Our budget also includes funds to hire 1 additional employee, a geographic information system specialist. This position is in direct response to Indian River County's steady population growth and our ongoing residential development. As new subdivisions are built and neighborhoods expand, the complexity of maintaining electoral maps, precinct boundaries, and voter district assignments increases significantly. And no, Wesley, I think I have someone already in mind for the position, so I think we're good. I have one additional side note to my proposed budget. Now, everyone knows our budgets are due May 1st, but the legislature hadn't wrapped up by that time. And there was a bill in the works, House Bill 1201. We weren't sure if it was going to get passed or not. It was signed into law, and this legislation focuses on tightening the rules around initiative petitions. And there's a lot of different things that are incorporated in this bill, but one of them is a new notice requirement. For all petitions, initiative petitions that are valid, not the invalid ones, the ones that we validate, we have to send the voter a notification providing them the opportunity to have a checkbox to check off whether they feel like their petition was misrepresented or forged. And this is after we've already validated it. This notice must be sent by forwardable mail with a postage, prepaid, pre-addressed response card. So to put this in context, in 2024, during that election cycle, our staff received over 17,000 initiative petitions, and over 13,000 of those we validated as the signature matched what was on their voter record. So that means that we would have had to send out back then 13,000 notices to voters, and they're probably going to think, why am I getting this notice? I signed a petition and it was validated, but this is what is included in the legislation. So with the implementation of this new law, our petition verification costs are going to substantially increase. Right now, we charge 25 cents a piece. It's going up to $3.20 a piece because we have to cover the notice itself, the additional postage going out, and then if it's forwarded to the Elections Crime Division in Tallahassee, we have to pay for that postage, and there's a lot of additional staff resources, things that need to be done that are included in this House bill. So since my budget was due before the bill was passed, my plan, if it works with you all, is to come back at a later date to the board to request you roll back the actual fees that we collect back into our budget. We won't be asking for any more money, just the fees we collect to be rolled back into our budget. So today I respectfully request the Commission's approval of our budget. It's $2,421,325. So I thank you again for your time, and if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Any questions of Leslie?
You good?
Let's see. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Move on to the Value Adjustment Board. It is a modest budget. There is a cost of doing business to make it right for the citizens. We've already heard Wesley talk about the Value Adjustment Board. And is there anything further on the, I saw Billy Orton here, who's very instrumental. Seeing no further comment. County Administrator, you had additional information that you are able to provide that we don't have here in the backup?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Return to the presentation. So we've prepared some slides. You know, we've heard obviously some of the comments and some of that have come in, and I think it's important that we are able to paint for you a picture that demonstrates your commitment, you know, short and long term, you know, in the past and current as it relates to public safety. And so what we have here in this particular slide is an overview of the Sheriff's Office historical budgets. In addition to the table on the right, there's a graph that illustrates the 15 years of approved budgets. Over the past 4 years, the board has approved $21.8 million to fund law enforcement, corrections, and court services. The sheriff's budget requests of $94.3 million, a $14.6 million or 18.3% increase over the current year budget of $79.7 million is unsustainable and will strain the county's financial position. New general fund ad valorem revenue is only $8.68 million, far short of the sheriff's request of $14.6 million increase. The sheriff and I have met on several occasions concerning his budget request, the latest being yesterday for close to 2 hours. I have the highest respect for the sheriff and for the many fine men and women who daily served with distinction to keep our community safe. As the sheriff and I discussed, this is not personal, and I would add this is certainly not a zero-sum game, as nobody wins when you get to this workshop and there's not agreement on a recommended increase and budget. Even if the county, other constitutional officers, and state agencies freeze their budgets, the county would still not be able to support the increase. Thus, I recommend a modest increase of $4,734,717, bringing the sheriff's proposed budget to $83,646,672. Raising the millage rate is not an option, especially, as noted before, with the state's push to cut property taxes. Absent additional revenue, the alternative is deep cuts and risking service reduction in many areas, and it still will not yield enough revenue to fund the sheriff's request. It is abundantly clear to me, and I think many others, the governor and the state legislature seek to reform property tax to reduce the burden on homeowners. The governor has established a panel to develop recommendations, and the legislature has stood up a select committee to do the same. The past legislative session should serve as a warning, a shot across the bow, that we will witness, or we could witness, a fundamental restructuring of local government revenues and how counties and other municipalities will fund local government services, and potentially what services. Continuing on the sheriff's trajectory in terms of the budget will likely exceed $100 million next year and could hit $120 million by 2029. For context, the sheriff's request already consumes 52.3%, or the recommended budget for us consumes 52.3% of our proposed $156.9 million. So if you think next year it's at $100 million and we're at $156.9 million, think of the impact there to the taxpayer and to others. So I believe we must proceed cautiously to avoid fiscal jeopardy. Over the next few slides, I will share information and insights related to the sheriff's budget. So you can see here, this particular one, the green bar represents, where the sheriff, came into office. You can see the increase again. The board has, funded, as high as $7.3 million in 22-23, 5.7, really almost 5.8 in 23-24, and then also the same in 24-25. For a total of $21.8 million over the last 4 years. So this slide represents a portion of the millage as it relates to the sheriff's office and their budget. Again, the approved and the millage right now is 3.5475, and in the current year, 24-25, if you look at the far right column, 52.8% of that millage, which would equate to 1.8717, is dedicated or is allocated towards the sheriff's portion of the budget. Again, the BCC, the board, and the state mandate portion is 47.2%. So if you look at the MSTU fund, and again, you can follow it across the board, across the table, but if you go to the far right column, our current approved millage is 1.1506 mils, of which the sheriff's portion comprises 0.6897 mils of that, and that equals 59.9% of the total millage, thus leaving the BCC portion to fund operations and services in the unincorporated area with 0.4609 or 40.1%. Personnel expenses. This reflects the growth in personnel expenses. This would include wages, FICA taxes, that we pay to the state, and everybody they pay, the employee, FRS. It would include the life and health and things of that nature. So the budget amount for the current fiscal year is 59.34%, or $59,340,581. That's an 8.3% increase over the 23-24 year. And if you look back, beginning in 21-22, you had a 4.6% increase. 22-23, you had a 6.6% increase. 23-24, 7.1% increase. And for 25-26, for personnel expenses, the sheriff's requesting a 15.3% increase based on his $14.6 million request. As you can see, in terms of budgeted positions, in 21-22, there's 533, 551 in 22-23, 23-24, 562, and then last year, 563, and there's no request for additional positions in this year's budget. If you compare, overall, in terms of the budget amount, where we were, if you look at 21-22 versus the 25-26, for the budget, it would be a 23.7% increase. And then for the positions, I'm not sure, is the second line for? Oh, for the positions. They're reduced, okay. Oh, 24-25, sorry, I got it, I missed it, yeah. 24-25, the current year is a 23.7. If you were to fund the sheriff's full request asked, it would increase the rate of increase, the percentage increase from 21-22 to 25-26 is 42.5%. So I'd like to, and I know one of the priorities that the sheriff has expressed, as we've met, is the need to address salary issues. We did submit, consistent with, request for information consistent with the chapter 30.40, section 30.49 of the Florida State statutes, requesting for relevant and pertinent information. And in FY 22-23, the sheriff provided a 7% increase to civilian personnel and 7% to sworn personnel. During that same year, the board provided $7.35 million budget increase for the sheriff's office. In FY 23-24, we know that the civilian received a 5% raise. We don't know the average percent raise or the amount. Has been requested, we haven't received it yet. But what they did do is they implemented a step plan, and in a conversation yesterday, I understand it's a 4% step and there's 13 steps. They implemented pay for experience. They fixed compression issues largely for the deputies, and then they increased the starting salary for a deputy to $50,619 rounded up. It's $50,618.88, I think. But the board also increased $5.79 million, approved for the sheriff. In each of those years, the board questioned the sheriff and asked, do you have enough to do what you need to do? And it was a yes. And the record will reflect that from the prior years. So for this current year, the civilian personnel received 5% raise, and then the sheriff, in addition to saying he was going to, what he did the previous year, focusing on the deputies, he was going to do the same for, and salaries was his most important issue. He increased the deputy maximum pay, he increased the sergeant's starting and max pay, and he increased the lieutenant's starting and max pay. And then he altered the way they computed their increases in terms to make them effective on the anniversary month instead of October 1st, the beginning of the fiscal year. And for this year, you approved a $5.7 million budget increase for the sheriff's office. I've sourced those documents, below. So one of the things I did, because I didn't have the information as it related to, for sworn personnel. So one of the only thing I could do is by using their budgets that they provided us from FY 2021 through FY 25. Actually, we also had FY 26, but I just want to focus on what's happened and where we are. So looking at those personnel budgets and just taking wages only, just wages, not including buyouts, not including FICA, FRS, and life and health. Let's just look at wage growth. So in FY 2021, there was a 6.31% increase in the amount budgeted for, or by the sheriff's office for wages. And then in 22, there was a modest increase, and it was $31,307,542. In 2023, the sheriff budgeted $32.9 million, or a 5.13% increase in wages. And then in 24, the sheriff budgeted $35.2 million, or 7.03% in wages. And then in '25, the sheriff budgeted $38.13 million, or 8.26. And the reason I do emphasize that the sheriff budgeted, because as you all know, and so everybody else understands, whatever amount that you approve for the sheriff, whatever amount that you ultimately approve for the sheriff by law gets to determine how that money is spent. They can submit a budget related to personnel expenses, operating expenses, capital, but at the end of the day, they are not bound by that. They don't have to come back before the board and seek adjustments. They get to spend that money. The sheriff's office and administration gets to spend that money as they see fit based on the priorities they have for the agency. So this, and I will caveat this slide, but because we had done this prior to my meeting yesterday with the sheriff. But this slide does present the departments and units within the sheriff's office and what percent the sheriff's fiscal 25-26 budget proposes for overall wages and personnel expenses. The data source for this slide is page 59 of the sheriff's budget submittal. I think it's important to note yesterday in our meeting, my meeting with the sheriff, I shared several observations and questions concerning the amounts and the calculated percentages. I calculated the percentages. I used Excel, didn't use Common Core or use my fingers and hands. Calculated percentages presented in the budget. For instance, one of the things we pointed out, and I'm going to do two just to give you an example, as presented in the FY 25-26 budget request for personal expenses, the patrol unit or division department comprises 13.6% of the overall budgeted wages. However, in that same document, it proposes to only increase it by $160,893, or 2.76, and this has to cover 95 deputies. I don't know what the amount was, but if I just take basic math, divide 95 by 160, that equals $1,694 for each road deputy. Compare this to training. That represents 5.23% of the budgeted wages, but it is proposed to increase by $770,822, or 50.66% for 7 deputies. I doubt that they're going to, but if I just take basic math, there's 7 deputies there, that'd be $110,117 per deputy. So what I am told, and we had conversations, both the sheriff and he got his the CFO on the phone, is that the $68,402,540 for personnel services that's listed on page 4 of the budget submittal is correct. And the $44,665,966, which is just the wage amount, that's correct for the budgeted wages. But the amounts and the percentages for the respective departments or units are not, and they will need to revise them. They acknowledged, that there was some. It wasn't right, but we had a slide presented, and I've shared some of this information with you previously, so I felt it appropriate. I shared it with the sheriff, to share it with you again. So personnel expenses, I think, we went over this already, and I have the slide a second time only to compare to, the 15.3% increase in personnel expenses. Again, don't have the revised numbers to provide you any detail, but if it's $68,402,549, that's a 15.3% increase for the 563, employees. When you compare that to our operating and capital, there's $22,136,171 for operating expenses, and that represents 27.8% increase in the operating. And then the capital, it's funded, through both the capital and the CIP. It's $17.98 million. That's largely a second installment, if you will, of a 2-year project to build the sheriff's new administration, but it's an increase of 3.6%. When you review the operating expenses from fiscal year 22 to fiscal year 25, it represents a 65.2% increase. If you review the 22 fiscal year amount to the sheriff's requested amount, it would equal an 111% increase. For capital, it's capital. I mean, those are large dollars. So a couple things. I think, I did share this with the sheriff. I know I've talked to you all about this. In the budget cover letter, it notes that only 6.1% of the increase needed is earmarked for operational expenses. In fact, the requested increase in operating expenses is $4,812,441, or 32.88% of the requested $14.6 million increase. A couple items that I shared with you, and I talked to the sheriff about as well. Contracted services. There is currently the requested increase for that category is $2,778,243, or 30.2%, requested for a total contracted services budget of $12 million. Operating supplies. There's about $1.1 million increase, or 37.47% requested, for a total operating supplies budget of $3.9, almost $4 million, again, 37% increase. Operating equipment, the requested increase is $363,261, or an increase of 148.47%, for a total operating budget of, or operating equipment of $607,923. So then the couple other items I pointed out to you, and I mentioned and sought information. As you know, you got a copy of the email that we sent to the CFO and the sheriff received, but the travel, largely limiting the travel, the line item says travel and / transporting prisoners, but they requested an increase of $126,393 for a total travel budget of $589,490. The response that we did receive related to this is that the training and travel is always budgeted for anticipated attendance, but that attendance does not always occur. And year to date, or expenses to date, based on what was provided to me last week, the year to date amount is $206,977. For training, the requested increase is $141,554, or 46.75%. And this is training, not in-house training, but going out and or doing online training. And that increased the total training budget to $444,314. Again, the response was the travel and the training. It's always budgeted to anticipate attendance, but that always doesn't occur. From a perspective of understanding where they are related to the current amount and what's being asked to be increased, to year to date, they're at $194,677. So with that, Mr. Chair, those are the slides that I have related to the sheriff's office, and I'll return it to you for the sheriff to present, as well as public comment.
Thank you, County Administrator. I appreciate that, and we acknowledge that you shared all this information with the sheriff inclusive. Is there any new information that he did not receive prior to today?
Not to my recollection.
Okay, because I see the slides that we had not seen, but the information is very
That would be the only thing
reflective.
I was working on the presentation. I mean, one OMB worked on it, and I was working on it.
And I want that noted
Fairly late.
because the sheriff did provide quite the media display of the concerns of the sheriff's office. I want you to know that it was wrenching, very informative. I also want to say that while the numbers are high, and again, just want to back up, I've had the opportunity to wear, I think I'm qualified to say, I had the opportunity to wear a few uniforms, and the first uniform almost prevented me from wearing the second uniform. I almost cashed a big check. So I just want to note that I'm looking at some of my former colleagues And I believe that you can't do a salary study. You can't do a rate study for anybody who's wearing a uniform. You have to do what you can do for them because it is a very difficult position to say what is your life worth, what is your position worth, for the element of safety that you provide. I understand that. But we also have to look at the greater good of all of our citizens, the 170,000 citizens that we are accountable for to provide that element in addition to other services. And then we have to look at what we have available. And I believe that the sheriff, before he speaks, should be given whatever we could do from our budget, from what is available. But we should not exceed it. We can't exceed, we can't raise the mill rate. We can't burden the taxpayer because they need to have other elements of survival and sustenance that we provide as well. And these are harsh economic times. Anybody have anything to say? I see Sheriff Eric Flowers is here. Good morning, Sheriff.
Good morning. Some documents for you. May I approach the bench?
Sheriff, it's your bench. I used to do that. Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir. Good.
Yes, sir. You're going to give it to her?
Good morning, everybody.
Morning again, Sheriff.
Yes, sir. I want to make note of the fact that Supervisor-elect Leslie Swan mentioned that her budget is due May 1st, and my budget is also due May 1st. And I submitted this entire budget to you guys on May 1st, as required by our county ordinance. So I started looking, I wanted to find the history of that county ordinance to find out who it was that moved that. I actually called Sheriff Wheeler, but he didn't seem to know. Maybe you guys know, I don't know. But it's my belief that the reason that the sheriff's budget is due May 1st, before all the other budgets are due, before all your county budgets, before we even know how much money Wesley Davis is going to bring in, is because it should be the foundation of the entire county's budget. It should be the first building block that is laid before you guys make any other decisions. And my belief in that is because none of the other things happen without the work of the men and women of law enforcement and other first responders. So you can take your parks and close them down. You can take your libraries, because they're going to be full of homeless people. And you can take all the other projects that you're working on, roads, building department, you can close it, because it'll be like Detroit, and people will be moving away. If you don't have the law enforcement that is necessary to protect a community.
We will conduct ourselves in a businesslike fashion. You'll have the opportunity to speak if you wish post the sheriff, but let's hold the applause. Thank you.
Sheriff Lohr, I was
Agree with
with
that,
you.
Sheriff?
Excuse me?
We don't need the applause, right?
Don't applaud.
Yeah,
Got it.
I figured they, Christine. Right.
Sheriff Lohr, I was with you in your office on several occasions where you were having rabid conversations with Joe Baird, with Jason Brown, where you came here before this body and you fought every year for your budget. And you said, this is the most important day of the year for the sheriff. You reiterated that to me in our conversation this week. And I don't recall one time where you came back to the office and said, they gave us too much money. I don't recall one time where you said, they fully funded us. I don't recall one time where you said, boy, I really pulled the wool over their eyes. Every time it was, we're gonna make this work. We're gonna find a way to make this work. And when your county administrator puts up the slide that shows 12 years, 8 of those are yours and 4 are mine. And I get that. He's got 40% attributed to you and 60% attributed to me. I get that. I'm in the COVID, the post-inflation era. It's a different time. He's accrediting you for 40% of that. He's accrediting me for 60% of that. Okay, I'll take it. Life has changed. The world has changed. Everything we do has changed. These things right here have changed everything that we do. Body cameras, real-time crime centers, all the things that are necessary to police in 2025, completely different than they were when you left office, when they were in 2006, Joe, when you stopped wearing a green uniform. It's completely different out there now. It's a totally different job. As a matter of fact, how many people are left that you actually worked with, Joe? Not many. Not many. There's a couple, but not many.
About a dozen.
It's changed. It's completely changed. So here's what I'm telling you. I gave you a copy of a Florida statute. Pull my copy up right here. As a matter of fact, the county administrator actually referenced it. 30.49. I want to read from paragraph 4. I have it highlighted for you. The board or commission must give written notice of its action to the sheriff and specify in such notice the specific items amended, modified, increased, or reduced. The budget must include the salaries and expenses of the sheriff's office, cost of operation of the county jail, purchase, maintenance, and operation of equipment, including patrol cars, radio systems, transporting prisoners, court duties and other salaries, expenses, equipment, and investigative expenditures of the entire sheriff's office for the previous year. I'm highlighting that because I'm asking you for 14 and change this year to fund our budget. If you choose to fund 1 penny less than what I'm asking for, you are required by this statute to provide me in writing exactly what it is that I'm supposed to cut from this. And this has been floating for 2 months. And I haven't heard one person say, you shouldn't be doing this, you shouldn't be doing that. Hey, the meetings yesterday, last minute, bringing things to me, hey, factual error, we'll correct those things. But nobody is saying, stop doing it. And if you guys are making decisions that there are things in there that we're not supposed to be doing or you don't want us doing, put it in writing. Because I want to make sure that all these folks in this room know exactly what you want me to stop doing. I want to make sure that the voters, that the citizens, that the taxpayers, and that our good governor, who supports law enforcement, knows exactly what it is you want us to stop doing. The reality is, the other statute that I provided you, you guys are going to put another one of these 6 years in a row in the newspaper. You have to say, we increased your taxes, residents. You're going to tell them, I increased your taxes. But again, I've kicked the can and not funded law enforcement. As a taxpayer myself, the fact that our taxes have gone up 6 years running, I get you didn't change the millage, Joe. I know you say it to me, 3.5475, whatever the number is. It's still a tax increase. It's still a tax increase. It's still a tax increase, but you're not funding these guys. Last year, when you guys took the firefighters to 60,000 starting, you made the decision that my men and women were going to go to 60,000 starting. You guys made that decision, not me. I'm here fighting for them to get parity with our firefighters. Our firefighters deserved exactly what you did last year. You did an amazing job taking care of them. You did it for retention purposes because you were losing people to other agencies. I'm about to. If you guys don't help me and take care of this, I will be in a bad way. The other costs that are outside of these personnel costs are the cost of doing business going up. Tires are more expensive. Healthcare in the jail is more expensive. The meals are more expensive. We should not be the scraps at the end of the budget process. We should be the first block that is laid down before this county builds on anything else, because without them, nothing else happens. I have a lot of people in the audience who want to speak to you today. They have a whole lot of things to say. I just can't wait for you to hear some of the things that they're going to tell you, from employees applying for food stamps to our folks out there putting things together, saving tax dollars every single day. You guys know that if there were something that I was doing underhanded, if I were doing something with the budget that was not right, these folks would hold me to account. They would say, I see it. This isn't right. He's getting money and he's screwing around with it. He's doing whatever. None of these folks are here because of me. They're here because they know that this money is what it takes, 14 and change, to fund my budget this year. I certified the budget. If you guys make a determination to follow the county administrator, so be it, or whatever number you come up with, but I will need in writing exactly what it is that you guys intend for me to cut. Thank you.
Didn't you hear him? You heard me? We're not doing that. What we are doing is, we'll be happy to have comment. Sheriff, you know, you referred to me a couple of times, and I appreciate it. You referred to the raising of taxes. I just want to clarify, we held the line with the mill rate. The citizens' property values increased, and that's how the taxation increased. It was done at the same rate, and no other jurisdiction has held the line the way we have as far as your taxation. I just want that noted.
One of the Republican talking items out of Tallahassee is #rollback. And it's a movement to stay at the rollback rate every year. And it is my belief that all these terms you guys use over here, from millage to rollback to all these things that you say, is to confuse the hell out of these regular citizens and taxpayers. This rollback concept, most people don't even understand it. But at the end of the day, it's a tax increase. As a matter of fact, Florida State Statute 200.065, subsection 2A, for taxing authorities, you must post this notice of proposed tax increase. You guys have done it the last 6 years. You have to put it in the newspaper. Notice of proposed tax increase. You will do it again this year. You have raised taxes. It's semantics.
It's not semantics, sir. I appreciate your point. I'm going to ask the county administrator to explain rollback to you, sir, and the rest of the public. So, because I don't want any confusion at all. Please. Your microphone.
It's on. Let me get at that slide. I don't want to misstate. It says the percentages. Give me 1 second.
Ma'am, you'll have the opportunity. I need to hear from.
It's going to be more confusion for him to explain that, and I think that we just need to.
Ma'am, I'm not going to entertain it from out in the audience. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You'll have the opportunity to speak. Thank you, sir. Thank you. I appreciate you.
So what I will say is, you know, when I covered the general fund millage history, I specifically discussed what rollback was, because I understood, you know, this. So the concept behind a rollback is you roll back the millage rate to bring in the same amount of revenue that you received the prior year. I mentioned that. The only new revenue you would receive would be new construction. So in this case, the recommended millage is maintained at 3.5475 mils. The rollback rate would be 6.69% less. And then if you recall, I gave you what the impact is of going to the rollback, which was about, I think it was about $7.5 million. So you would even be in a worse condition of trying to fund even my recommended $4.7 million of the sheriff's budget, let alone, I mean, because you'd have about 1.3, I think, 1.4. Yeah, 2 million. You'd have 2 million. So you'd have 2 million of increased revenue versus the 8.68 that you have now. So the idea is, and back in those, if you recall, during those post-Great Recession days or during the Great Recession years, you had negative rollback where actually you had to increase the millage to get the same amount of revenue that you had from the prior year to fund operations. So, I mean, the concept for rollback is, again, it's just to make sure you get the same amount of money that you received this last year or next year that you did this year. And we are recommending that you stay at the same millage rate, which is, it's 6.69% above rollback.
Mr. Chair, if I can clarify that. John says it very well, but
Yes.
basically the rollback rate is the millage rate at which you have to be to bring in the same taxable value as the year prior.
Yes.
So in an economic boom, that rollback rate is generally less than the prior year's millage rate. And in economic downturns, that millage rate is higher than your current typically.
Yeah, so the rollback rate, so, you know, I mentioned 6.69%. It's actually, the rollback rate would be 3.3250 versus the current millage rate of 3.5475.
And by not going to rollback, we have additional revenue.
You get, the additional revenue is $8.68 million to the general fund.
And how much of that is going to the sheriff?
More, I think it's 57% of it?
What I'm saying to you is,
4.77, yeah,
you're
it's
raising taxes. You're raising taxes.
And I
Mr. County Administrator, do you have to put in the paper that
Sheriff,
you are
not
raising
to argue,
taxes?
but you said it's a matter of semantics. It's a matter of semantics if you look at, did your property value go up?
Yeah,
Okay, so and
that's my fault?
no, but when your property value goes up and you're doing the same rate, it's simple mathematics.
Correct.
It's going to be higher.
So,
No
for the
one
last-
raised the taxes.
For the last 6 years, you guys have
Semantics, sir.
had more money. We've kicked the can. Every year I've asked for more. Every year I've asked for more, and I've said, we'll scrape
You've gotten
by,
it.
just like Sheriff Lohr did.
You've gotten it, Sheriff. I'm not arguing.
We scraped by. We got to make this happen. We're at that point. That's where I'm at.
So, Mr. Chair, members of the board, I'm going to quote what I stated. Setting a rate above the rollback legally counts as a tax increase, even without raising the millage rate itself. I made that very clear in the presentation. Nobody's denying it's a tax increase.
Vice Chairman Law.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, if I could just ask the sheriff a couple questions. And he's absolutely correct. For the fellow commissioners, I can remember many afternoons talking about this with Sheriff Flowers, the frustration, the anxiety, the buildup to today. The candid conversations that we had about Mr. Baird and Mr. Brown. Candid is probably a soft word. But Sheriff, and trust me, I understand where you're at today. And I think the objective is to raise the starting pay of the deputies, the primary objective of this budget, if I'm correct.
100%. My goal is, number one, to raise their pay, to get everybody, when the bottom number goes up, everybody's got to go up, because it's not fair to those who have dedicated their time and energy to this community. We have people who can't live in this community because they're not making enough money. We've gone out and spoken to this in the public, and for the three of you who have come out to see it, thank you so much for coming out to hear what we had to say. A young deputy, I don't think he's here today, but he was a bright guy from the Coast Guard. He started with us. He got a couple years in. He's at Vero Beach High School. The school loves him. He's making $53,000 a year. He just left us to go to PSL to make $79,000 a year. If this budget increase goes through as proposed, he would have made around 72, which is much more. Hey, he can work some details, still live here with his family, pay his bills. But there's no way at 52,000 I'm going to keep any of these people.
Right, and I think that, I know that you and I have chatted over the last few weeks, and I think we agreed that the 14, and this is pretty basic, that we knew that the 14 was probably unobtainable. So what we have is a finite amount of dollars coming in. We need collectively to work together to figure out what it's going to take for the salaries alone, work collectively on looking at some of the operational expenses and coming up with a number that we can achieve those goals. And then again, forget about all this talk about property taxes and all of that. That's at least 2 cycles away. I think we all can agree on that. However, I agree with the administrator on being somewhat aware and cognizant of that. So we need to find an estimate on what it's going to cost to bring your starting salary up, as well as reducing some expenses that perhaps you may be able to reduce. And I think that's what this boils down to. It's really not a hard task.
And you and I had a great conversation the other night, heading in that direction. Mr. County Administrator came into my office yesterday. We spent over 2 hours. Folks, we haven't had an offer that's even 50% of my ask at this point. Not even 50% of my ask. I'm asking for 14 and change. We're not even close to half. What am I supposed to tell these folks? I've TA'd contracts with unions. You want me to go to impasse so they can come do everything they're going to do today again in front of you guys because you don't give me enough money to do it?
What is the number in the salary number in raising your deputies to your desired amount? Just that amount. What is that number?
$10,698,000. It's not the. You got the budget. Who's got my budget book? Where's my budget book? Personnel, $9,061,968. $9,061,968. That gives me absolutely nothing for the jail, for medical, for cost of anything going up, for tires, for any of that. That is simply the personnel component of this. $9,061,968.
Are you getting any other revenue from the federal government, the state, inmate welfare, anything like that that could offset some of those expenses?
Inmate welfare goes only back into the inmates. You know how that works over there. I can't use that for any of that. The only thing that I will get back is money from the school district, but as you know, they are in dire straits. They are shorted $2 million because of some federal things, and we've been in conversations. I'm not sure they're going to be able to fund the 50% at this point of what my ask is, but I'm going to tell you right now, the kids are going to be protected. If we have to figure something out, if I have to go work a school, the kids are going to be protected. That's not going to not happen. So $9,061,968 is the answer of just personnel. That's not a dollar for anything else. There's not capital. There's not bulletproof vests. No new. Nothing new.
Well, the capital's funded obviously out of another account, optional sales tax. So we don't have to mention capital. But I believe that some of the expenses. And my job's not to get into the weeds. My job is to set policy and set budget. How you spend the money, as Mr. Tatanich said earlier, that's your business. And how you manage it, that's your business. That's not our business. But you're telling us that the number is 9 million to bring up the starting, and how many do you have that are not at starting?
I don't know that off the top of my head. I can tell you that that's not just to bring up the starting. That's all personnel. That's my personnel expenses. That's not just for deputies. That's for me to maintain. You know, I have civilians, like I said, that are applying for food stamps. That's for all that personnel to be taken care of. 9,061,968. That is personnel. Right there on the line item, page 4 of my budget request. That's the number.
Okay. Not at this time.
Is Sheriff?
Is there opportunity?
Hi. That page 4 number that you're quoting, is that the corrected number? Because I think you had indicated that that has to be tweaked.
I think the county administrator misunderstood our conversation with Amy. She's here. She went through those numbers overnight. Those are corrected numbers. The way that he's looking at it, he's not comparing apples to apples, and it's a different thing. I don't know what he does on his little spreadsheets over there, but I can tell you the numbers that we have submitted are the correct numbers.
So the numbers that indicate how much the patrol officers are receiving and the training officers, those numbers are correct?
Come on, Amy's coming down to explain it to you.
Good morning, Chairman,
Good
Commissioner.
morning.
That's my analysis on the 25 to 26 I did last night. The increase is 9 million in personnel. I do use rounded numbers. 6 million of that is specifically for our pay increases. But along with increasing pay, we have to increase overtime, correct? Overtime is going to go up. We also have the sick and the buyouts. So everything goes up by increasing our base pay. We did a pay study for our civilians that increased in total 2 million as well. It's all about retention, bringing people in, making them happy while they're working. Like, we need to show the employees that they're appreciated and they're valued. County administrator came and was comparing the 25 to 26 numbers. I did go through, there is one correction of 208,000 that we will have to adjust. It is for the school crossing guards because they're the part-time, and so when I did my evaluations, I did mess that up, and so there is a $208,000 adjustment.
Okay, so I think on the slide that had the wage broken out, for instance, the training wages for your training officers was increasing $770,000
Yes.
for 7, so deputies, so that is an accurate number?
Yes, yes.
I'll read it.
Okay.
I apologize, it was done at the 11th hour last night, so I worked through everything that was a variance of 100,000 or more. For training, I have to find it because it's very small. For fiscal year 25, we had 21 positions. For fiscal year 26, we have 26 positions. There was a $119,000 increase for overtime because I bumped up overtime. I believe one of the questions that the county administrator had sent was, why was I increasing my budget for overtime to 2 million? And I provided the trend that showed 3 years ago it was 2.5, 2.7. 2 years ago it was 3.7, and then last year it was 2.5 and change, and this year we're on track to also be 2.5. I budgeted 1.2. We're always over budget in overtime.
Okay, so that wasn't exactly my, I don't
Sorry.
know what
No, the
question you're
trainings-
answering, but the,
yes.
so where it says training,
The 770,000.
right,
That
how
is a
many deputies does that, because this is just wages for people.
Correct.
So how
So-
many people is that?
That's for 26 positions.
So that's 26 positions.
Last year was 21.
Okay,
The increase in overtime attributed to training based on actual was 119,000. And then the sworn pay scale adjustment that we're trying to do attributed to 256,000. So it's 3 parts to that 770, yes, sir.
What she's saying in there is when we bring deputies in, they fall under training until they're
Right.
completely trained. So
Okay.
that category, because we do have people who want to work here.
Right, no, I
We have people
understand.
coming in.
Yep.
And so they stay in that category until they make it over to the law enforcement side. So
Okay.
that's how come that
So
number is up.
the 77822
Mm-hmm.
represents 26 deputies.
Yes, ma'am.
So if you divide that out, that's $29,000 per deputy.
I don't have my calculator, so that's, I wasn't looking
That's
at
an,
it per
that's the
person.
increase over what they're currently getting. So the training wage budget I just want to make sure I'm interpreting all
Sure.
this right, because, you know, there's been some back and forth.
Sure.
The training wage budget represents an additional $29,000 per deputy in wages.
For basic math, yes, that is correct.
I would recommend.
29,000 more?
Yes, that's what my calculator says. I just divided 770, 822 by 26.
I would recommend that we have Amy and maybe Kristen go in the other room and look at whatever this spreadsheet is, because like I said, she was not in the meeting yesterday. The first time I saw this was at 4 o'clock yesterday afternoon.
Okay,
So
well-
if you want us to answer this, we'll answer it for you, but Amy needs to take a look at it to be able to answer it
Sheriff,
effectively.
I could appreciate that because I saw a sheet indicating $168,000 for increases for uniformed deputies, and I just did the simple math.
Yeah.
And it looked like they were getting about $1,120.
But this is something
increase.
you guys have generated. This is not something we've generated.
Right,
So
but.
we have to
but
take a look at it.
No,
Hold on.
Sure.
We've asked the questions. I mean, I've seen the emails going back and forth asking these questions, so it's not as if this is the first time you've
Correct.
had these questions presented to you. This isn't, like, I feel like you're trying to make this a gotcha moment, and it's really not. Like,
No,
we've had this back and forth, and I just want to make sure if what you're saying and what John is saying is not matching, and the numbers are based off the budget that you've presented, I want to make sure I'm understanding, because for the past 4 years, we've talked about giving money for either compression, raises, civilian raises, sworn deputy raises. And the reason I'm asking is, as you supplied us with statute 30.49, and I know you quoted section 4, but section 12 states, notwithstanding any other law, and in order to effectuate, fulfill, and preserve the independence of sheriffs, as specified in 30.53, a sheriff may transfer funds between the fund and functional categories in object and sub-object code levels after his or her budget has been approved by the Board of County Commissioners, City Council, or Budget Commission, and this subsection shall apply to a sheriff. So in essence, what you're presenting, you can then go back and change. And I want to make sure this year I understand what you're proposing to fund, because if the numbers have been wrong in past years, and that's what we have, or we haven't understood them completely because maybe we're interpreting them differently, and then you go back and move money between funds that doesn't have to come back to us, you can totally do that on your own without even letting us know or making us aware of it. I want to make sure if we're talking about salary increases this year, we all understand what you need, how it's interpreted, because as we spoke last year, the 5.8 that you got was unsustainable moving forward, and here we are asking for 14, and every year, the past several years, that major increase that we have given you that's beyond what's been done in the past has been to go to these salary compression, wage-related issues. And I just want to make sure, since you have the ability to switch it around once you leave here, that what's being presented today, I fully understand. So I'm not caught in a situation where I think that we are approving a budget for one thing, and it turns out it's really something else. So that's why I'm asking. I'm not trying to create a gotcha moment in any way. I just want to make sure we're all understanding the same ask, because I feel like you guys and or you think that we don't understand, but all we have is what you presented.
and thank you for that. And Sheriff, you just made an excellent recommendation, and we're going to take you up on that.
Okay.
Because you came up to the office and you gave me some salary information I had asked for, and in looking at it, then looking at past budgets, it wasn't consistent. It wasn't consistent. I didn't say it was wrong, just was not consistent with what the actual, as opposed to presented, opposed to what the budget was. And that's okay. Past history is past history. But it appears that some of that confusion might be present today, as you suggest, and as you recommended, that perhaps maybe we have both these sets of numbers get together to ensure that we all have accurate information, they all have accurate information, and there's no misunderstanding.
Do it.
So with that, we're going to take a little bit of a recess, okay?
Got it.
Yeah. No, how long do you think you need for this?
10, 15 minutes?
15 minutes, give him 15 minutes.
15 minutes? You know what? We can go ahead and do that, but let's just cover this, and then this way we can wrap it up with your item, okay? If you don't mind.
What are we covering?
What we're going to do is going to move on to the rest of the items, and we'll take a 15-minute recess, and then we'll come back with it. Okay? That okay? All good?
So do you want Chris to
No, I think what we're going to do is, let's go over the
Because it's my spreadsheet.
municipal services.
and then during the lunch
So,
break?
Mr. Chair, Kristen and Amy is going to need me because it's my spreadsheet. I uploaded their FY 2021 personnel expense budget all the way through 26 in a spreadsheet, and that was the basis.
And I understand that, and we weren't notified when you got information, and then and it's clear that there is a correspondence level and information that was exchanged back and forth.
Yeah.
But if the sheriff is indicating that we don't have those numbers, and we're hearing and have seen that the numbers aren't comparative, then that means that we need to look at, as you and I personally pointed out, about that for the starting pay for deputies, it could not be covered with the increase for what was denoted. Correct? So there was a little misinformation.
No, I mean, I'm looking at the sheet she provided, and it matches what's in here, and I used as a basis. The only thing that's changed to her comment was the part-time wages for the crossing guards.
Mr.
So I mean, what I'm trying to say is, I developed the spreadsheet, and
Based on the information,
and so if we want to validate it with Amy,
and that's what I need
to go
done.
through and show her the actual, here's the data source, because I sourced the data. I sourced the data right below, page 59 of the thing, and then also the subsequent fiscal year budget approvals.
and I think that can be accomplished in 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Can I just make just a little suggestion, since we have a lot of other people here for other sections of this budget that are patiently waiting, and the sheriff's conversation might take a little bit longer, that we work until noon, that's only about another 30 minutes, and try to get through as much as we can, and then maybe
But that's
take a
what we're
little bit
doing.
longer lunch break and let them hash it out, and then come back. Oh, that, okay.
Yes.
I thought we were breaking now, and,
No.
okay.
No, we're not.
Remember, you have a
No,
1:30.
As I
sometime
said, let's
certain.
go
We could take
forward
a-
with the municipal services taxing unit.
Come back for that. Sorry, I'm so sorry, I didn't understand.
It's okay.
So no, we're going to continue this till 12, and then we're going to do it then with her.
So we're moving forward with the municipal services taxing unit.
Are citizens gonna be allowed to speak on the sheriff's?
Sir, yes, yes.
5 o'clock, I'm just trying to get that out of here all day.
Sir, we work until the work is done.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
So the next section of our budget, Mr. Chair, members of the board, is the municipal service tax unit, which covers the unincorporated area. The ad valorem tax roll for the unincorporated area, there's an 8.7% increase, which will generate, I'll wait.
Go ahead, just go.
Huh? Okay. Generating 1.557 million.
Yeah, more.
In additional revenue, again, assuming the 95% collections at the proposed millage rate. The millage rate, 1.1506, is no change from last fiscal year. There are transfers out to fund transportation, $9.8 million, almost 9.9, and then almost 31.9 million to fund law enforcement. We do have workers' comp, rate impact increase, and it's about $11,935 or 10%. And then environmental planning, one portion of its, that portion of natural resources is returning to planning and development services based on input received from the respective departments and my concurrence. So moving on to the next would be looking at the fund millage history. And again, in this case, I'm recommending keeping the millage rate for the MSTU at 1.1506 mills, which also is the same for the 6th year in a row. Again, notably, this is a 6.09% higher than the rollback rate. And while the millage rate is recommended to stay the same, it is legally considered a tax increase. So the expenses as it relates to our MSTU funds, as you can see, with the exception of the tax collector, which we know we get her budget on August 1st, there's a 1.4% increase in Gifford Aquatic, and then you can see all the others, North County Aquatic Centers, and some of these are related to repairs and projects that were undertaken. I can go over those individually if you would like me to.
I don't think it's necessary.
Okay. So, but that represents for the MSTU departments a $1.7 million decrease or 12.7%. Transportation budget overview. We essentially have, we are facing increased costs related to retirement, about 1.1% or $15,807. Increase in workers' compensation costs, additional $55,000 or 13.5%. The gas tax revenue totals $2.6 million, which does represent about a 1.1% decrease or $29,000. There are transfers from the general and the MSTU funds, which account for 77.2% of the total funds revenues, and they're increasing by $1,028,839 or 5.1%. So those funded expenses include road and bridge, public works, county engineering, traffic engineering, stormwater. Again, you can see that we have, we've worked with our departments, and you're looking at, for all the transportation-related departments, going from $27,091,654 to $25,254,518, or a $1.8 million decrease, or a 6.8% decrease. So the next would be our emergency services district. The ad valorem tax roll increase is 8.6%. That will generate approximately $4,627,408 in additional revenue, assuming the 95% collections. The millage rate, 2.3531, no change from last year, no recommended change from last year. There is 3 additional full-time positions. They're captains, largely being funded through a core grant for the first couple years. And the increased retirement, to the FRS increase is 1.5 million or 15.2%, and with a capital budget of $3.7 million.
John, why did that go down so much?
Why did it go down so much? In large measure, if you look at fire rescue operating, one, we had some Milton expenses. We also had building maintenance was down. We had, let's see here, the PEMT grant is being rolled. That's $318,000, so there's the decrease there. It's a total about $1.1 million down. So in terms of the ESD millage, again, the rollback, we're recommending 2.3531. This would be the fifth year in a row for this rate. Again, notably, it is 6.2%, 6.25% higher than the current millage rate. While the millage rate is staying the same, it is legally considered a tax increase. And I think it's important to know as it relates to the Emergency Services District, so the board is aware, with the new fire station being completed over the next year and will be required to be staffed, we will likely have to take a hard look at the Emergency Service District millage rate in the following year because to fund those personnel expenses related to the station. So when you look at the, this is a little bit better breakdown of the 11.9% decrease. When you look at, the salaries, generally 6.5% increase. Benefits, there's about, is that not? I don't think it's 99.4. No, 9.4%. The operating is a reduction, as we just discussed, 1.1 million. Capital, I mean, there's a significant decrease there because if you recall, we have pre-purchased and some of that stuff in advance. Like a couple years ago, we already pre-purchased it. That's about an 80% decrease, but there's still $3.78 million towards capital. Other uses, you got $6.3 million for recommended, which is an increase of about 2.5% or $2.5 million. So overall for total fire rescue, going from an $83,019,519 budget to $73,051,810 budget, which is roughly a $10 million, $9.9 million, 12% decrease. For life safety, overall, I mean, when you break it down to salaries, you can see that, but it goes back to the total emergency service district budget is going to decrease by, again, 9.9 million or 11.9%. Our state agencies, switch here. So we received requests and we met with, at least we met with the court administrator who provides the information related to guardian ad litem, victims assistance program, state attorney, public defender, medical examiner submitted their budget, and then we have a DJJ. They've kind of submitted theirs, or it's actually an estimate. It's an estimate. Estimates like the tax collector. So Treasure Coast Regional Planning Council, they sent us the revised amount based on our membership. New Horizons, I will note, New Horizons did make a request for a very substantial increase of about 77%, and their requested amount, to be exact, was, did I go too far? Yes, okay, so New Horizons, they asked for $725,000, their current funding level is $405,000. And so we did, and they mentioned increased raises, increased operation costs, provided additional mobile response units. And so we just could not support anything beyond that, basically we have $44,563. So that's for a total of budget of $450. The health department, they've submitted their budget. It's increasing 7%, largely due to support staffing levels, and that's about $56,464. Mentioned the Treasure Coast DJJ, Department of Juvenile Justice. Again, that's an estimate at 10%. The teen court, essentially same budget. The Indian River Lagoon Master Program, same budget. Medicare, we're seeing Medicaid, we're seeing about $179,000 increase, or 11.6%. Certainly something we're keeping our eyes on, especially with what they're talking about at the federal level and how that may affect us. Court administration, this is one of the larger increases in terms of $762,950, or 85.2%. So they're going from $895,000 to $1.65 million. The guardian ad litem, and what I will say about it's largely, it's based on we pay for these state agencies our portion for the services that are available or being used by those agencies. Guardian ad litem, kind of modest increase, 3.7 or $2,400. Victims Assistance Program, getting modest, 1.6, $1,945. State Attorney, 0.8%, decrease, or $3,879. Public Defender, 6.7% increase, but it's very modest in the amount, $7,128. Medical Examiner, $261,000 increase, 32.3%. And that's largely because the new budget does include the raises and clearly the higher salary for our share as it relates to. So overall, our state agencies are up 22.7%. And again, these are mandated by the state that the board has to fund. Our Economic Development Division, if you please recall that the Chamber of Commerce serves as the county's formal economic development organization while we are hiring.
John O'Connor, 2076 35th Avenue. Are we going to be able to talk about any of the stuff that he's going over in between the Emergency Services District, or are we going to be able to ask questions about it? Okay. Because I didn't know if you guys were going all the way to the end and then you were going to have
That's
public comment. Or are you gonna
customarily
break?
what we do.
Okay, just clarifying.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So for economic development, this is through a contractual arrangement with the chamber. It has reduced over time. It's the requested amount is $245,885, $7,160 increase of 3%. And then Children's Services, as you know, CSAC met yesterday. Again, their budget is 1 year behind in terms of the revenue used for their expenses. In 2024, there was 25 was $3,058,348. There's an increase of $421,000 or $3.479 million. It's a 13.8% increase. If you recall that we have two CRAs, community redevelopment agencies, whereby the county has agreed, or the county partners with these municipalities that have created a redevelopment agency, and there's a tax increment finance redevelopment trust fund, and our portion of that goes into that trust fund for the city of Sebastian is increasing by 11.8%, or to $339,892, and for the city of Fellsmere, it is increasing by 81.8%, and the amount is $119,790 total.
Does anybody have any questions of the county administrator?
I did on court admin. I know that wasn't that section. We
Which-
kind of zoomed past it. Is that increase the $762,000 for court administration?
Oh, yes, the grant went away as it relates to the mental health court.
So that increases for
In
mental
part,
health?
so we, what I will say is, we've had a meeting with at least one trustee and the executive director for the Indian River Hospital District, and we know the amount's about $515,000. This current year, I think they budgeted, if I recall correctly, after our meeting, $711,000, but they're projecting about an end-of-the-year expenditure of about $545,000. And our request to them is that, this $515,000 for next year, that in essence, that we share in that cost. You know, that we would split it, you know, like, so 250, 750, 500, if you will. So that would make it a little bit easier, and then so we've had conversations with them on this, so that's what we're hopeful for.
I just want to clarify that for the
Yes.
record. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so now we've completed 9, 10, and 11, the elements. Is there anybody from the public? Seeing no questions from the dais, is there anyone from the public that would like to comment on any one of those elements? This would be the opportunity.
9. Mr. O'Connor, I think you could.
Emergency services.
Good afternoon, John O'Connor, 2076 35th Avenue.
Welcome.
You guys are talking about emergency services right now?
Sure.
Is it on?
Yes.
It's on now. Are you, okay. If you could go back to the slide where, actually, can you explain the decrease in the operating expenses, the 10%? I didn't.
The operating expenses are proposed to go up. The 10%. I answered that, but I'll go back and do it again for as Commissioner Ehrman asked that question. Let me get back to that page. So it's $1.1 million reduction. $174,000 of it was related to Milton expenses. There was a rollover last year of $45,000 that'll come out. The building maintenance was decreased by $100,000 because some of the things were taken care of in the current fiscal year. The fuel has been down $113,000 based on trends. Last year, we purchased the hybrid suits. There was $512,000. Yeah, and then the other, what I will tell you is the supplies are just generally down the cost by $150,000, and then our PEMT grant was rolled, and that's coming off, and that's $318,000, and that totals the $1.1 million.
Thanks, appreciate it. I also noticed in the previous sections in human resources, we had they talked about personnel retention. Back in 2021, the rate was like 6.1%, and then in the fiscal year 2021 and then 21-22, it went from, there's two different numbers there. There was 7.2 and 7.6, and then in 2022 or 22-23 was
Which budget are you talking about?
Talking about the slide, the human resources slide when I talked about retention, employee retention.
We don't have that slide, not unless you're referring to the sheriff's budget.
I'm referring to it's like page 117 of your budget. It's like human resources.
I think
page.
he's talking about the human resources budget itself.
Does that refer to overall personnel retention, county?
Can we get there?
What page?
117, he said.
I want to say it was one in the human resources area, like page 117.
General Fund
My 117 shows the,
001-203.
shows the sheriff's budget.
117 is the sheriff's budget. We don't have anything about retention.
No, it's this, I'm sorry. This is the slide right here.
Oh, that's the budget book. That's not today.
I'm sorry. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, it's
That's the
instructions.
annual budget book. Those are performance indicators in the budget book. Those
Right.
would be for the prior year.
Okay.
The budget book isn't done for this budget yet. 'Cause it's
I
not
understand.
adopted.
Okay, well, I guess I wanted to speak to it because I would assume it's a little relevant to today because of the human resources performance of how we're retaining employees. You know, so we were at 6.1% in the FY 2021, and now I didn't have the numbers for 24-25, but they were at 8.7% in 23-24. So we're seeing a pretty steady incline in our turnover retention. So if we employ 1,000 people in the county, roughly, you know, between everybody that's covered. I mean, if you go up to, if it goes up to 10%, you're talking about 100 people a year that we're turning over, you know, at what cost? So just making the board aware of it. And my last question is, was there any, what was proposed from the fire chief to staff, was there anything cut or after the fact And what was that?
I don't understand that
You're
question.
saying, was
So-
anything
so
cut
say, for
after the
instance,
fact of?
If the fire chief proposed his budget at whatever, 50 million, and was there anything cut out of our fire
Oh,
chief's
okay.
proposal to what has
So-
been recommended by staff?
So
Okay.
the-
County
the
administrator
department request was actually 73,047,521. The county administrator's recommendation is 73,216,776. So no, it's actually, we added to it. So,
Good.
all right, well, 76, so actually, well, let's go back. We were looking at expenses, so let's revenue though.
This is, no, this is.
Okay, so it was proposed 76,258,049 was the request, and the cut was, or the recommendation is $73,585,471.
The largest change was on the capital line for about 4 million. And it's not necessarily that some of the stuff we did kind of push out into a subsequent year, but we also had the ability to move some to optional sales tax to take the burden off the taxing fund. So it's not necessarily that, this shows a decrease, but it just got moved to optional sales tax instead of the district.
Okay.
For the apparatus.
Okay.
That was already planned.
Understand. All right. Thank you.
Anyone else? County administrator?
Steve Gagne from Vero Beach Highlands. A couple slides back, you were showing on the Emergency Services District that it says benefits, 99.4%. Now, I assume that that's a,
It's 9.4%.
it's a misprint? Okay. But down below it says other uses, it's jacked up 66.8%. What is that?
Pull that up. It's going to be reserves for contingency in the transfers.
Okay. And also in the emergency services, it shows 3 new positions at $121,000 apiece.
Yes, they're captains. And they're
Captains.
being funded by a grant.
Okay, so that's not really part of our budget then?
Well, it's part of the budget. It just, the revenue will come into the,
Will be, but we
It's
got-
part of the budget,
grant
it's just
funded.
funded by a grant instead of the millage rate, because we have those grant revenues, so that's what will fund it, so there's not a burden on the taxpayers for
Okay.
those 3 positions and the 2 Tahoes and the equipment.
Okay, thank you very much.
when- that grant expires.
We have multiple years to spend it, but it's
Right.
a finite amount, so it really depends on how fast we spend it. I anticipate there may be some ability to cover salaries in a second year, but it probably won't cover all 3 for an entire year. The district will have to start to assume those expenses when the grant runs out, yes, absolutely.
So next year we'll have an increased
I
concern.
do believe, and Dave can probably speak about this better than I can, there may be the ability to request additional funding, but I'm not sure how secure that funding is at this moment.
Is it federal?
Yes, there's a
Opioid
proposal out
funding.
there now to extend the funding for another couple of years, but our forecast says we could pay for these positions for about 2.5 years if there's no increase currently, but there is talk of increases. It was funded out for 3 years, but with the prices that we have now, it equals out to 2.5.
Thank you, Chief.
and that's through the CORE program, which stands for the Coordinated Opioid Recovery Program.
Thank you.
Anything else? Sir? Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Matt Redstone. On behalf of the Deputies Association, we stand side by side with our firefighters and support their request for additional pay this year. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right.
Well, we can move on to nonprofits, yeah. Okay.
So here we have the nonprofits. Per the outside agency funding policy, those are capped at 2%, which is the CPI for April of this year. So although each of them did request more than 2%, that's all we're recommending for the current fiscal year, for the upcoming fiscal year.
Okay.
Next are the quasi-nonprofits. Veterans Council, an increase of 10.2%. They're seeing increased ridership to the VA and are requesting that additional funding to provide those services. SRA, additional 10.6%. Those are matching funds for the grants for her purchase of vehicles. Gifford Youth Achievement Center, again, capped at the 2%.
Keep going.
Progressive Civic League is flat. Humane Society, 10% increase in the event that the contract extends past November of 2025. That's a staff estimate. And then Treasure Coast Homeless Services, additional 5%. They did request an additional 38%. However, the budget did not allow us to grant that request. So 5% is the county administrator's recommendation there.
Do you think there's some?
Any- Anybody wishing to speak on the nonprofit organizations?
Hi.
Hey, Doc.
Good morning. Phil Cromer, Mental Health Association. I'm the CEO. First and foremost, I just want to say thank you. I might be preaching to the choir, but these are difficult times, different economic times, a lot of turmoil, and it just funnels down into everything. So, not to state the obvious here, but it also does funnel into what we do at the Mental Health Association because we see all of this angst and anger and anxiety and depression, and all of this kind of filters down into people and how we manage things. So the funding you're giving us really helps tremendously. It helps our residents of Indian River County in particular, and I'll just kind of mention just a couple of brief things because we have had increases across the board. We've had increases in the number of psychological services that we provide, the number of screenings that we provide, suicide and risk assessments, they've gone up. Our psychiatric services, they've also gone up. But what we're doing is working. It's working, and I know that because of not just the satisfaction surveys and the treatment plans that we're doing with all these individuals being successfully accomplished and these people being discharged, but we've had 0 Baker Acts up until this point in the year and compared to the last time we were here. So that's tremendous. So we're not having to send anyone to the hospital. It saves a tremendous amount of money if we can do it in-house. We kind of manage our crisis, and just thank you. We appreciate all that you do. So I'll keep it brief. Thank you.
Dr. Phil, we appreciate your work. As a matter of fact, and you mentioned the high-rising cost of doing business.
Yeah.
But I want to say thank you for your efficient manner in which you address the issues and the way you run your organization.
Thanks, Joe. Thank you, everyone. Thanks.
We are a 501c, so if I may be allowed the time?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so I'm here as chairman of the Indian River County Victims' Rights Coalition, and our purpose and our goals are to help those financially who are victims of crime. We provide emergency services to those people, and we don't take one penny of taxpayers' money. It's all funded by the money that the convicted DUI offenders give to us at the Victim Impact Panel. So that's why I'm here. Think of me maybe as not as myself, but as a voice for the voiceless. So let me just draw a few comparisons here. A healthcare professional, usually upon exam, they see things that we don't see. Okay. A teacher sees behaviors in our children that affect learning that parents don't always see. Law enforcement officers sees dangers that we don't effectively see as civilians. And so it is with the victims of crime. They see the life, the grief, the hardships, the financial losses that others don't see. A very important part of the county's budget for police protection must be weighed against the real possibility of property tax increases levied against struggling families. We, the people, will pay for the critical decisions that you make that control our safety and balance it with the quality of our lives. So I want to congratulate the law enforcement officers of Indian River County, because along with the Victim Impact Panel, they accomplished an unprecedented zero highway fatalities from alcohol-related deaths in 2024. That's a significant $5 million per fatality. And I'd like to know if that's reflected in any way in the budget, since there's a lot of resources, law enforcement resources that are being used. So in order to appreciate the number of lives saved, let's compare apples with apples.
Paul?
We have,
Paul, I appreciate your comments. We're not talking about the sheriff's budget now, and if that's where we're going with this there, let's, now I thought you were talking about the service you provide for the 501c3, but
Yes.
with that in mind, why don't we take your presentation later on when we're talking about the sheriff's budget once again,
all right.
okay? Thank you.
Hi, good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. I'm Ty Barnes with 211 Palm Beach. We are 211 Palm Beach and Treasure Coast. Just to, inform, we do cover Indian River, St. Lucie, Martin, and Okeechobee counties as well. Your funds are critical for the impact we have in the community. We are a 24/7, 365 community helpline, mostly known for suicide prevention and crisis intervention, but we also have programs that benefit the public, and we maintain a database of thousands of resources within the community. Our impact in Indian River County in 2024, just to give you an idea, we had over 4,000 contacts with members of the Indian River County community. 91 of those were suicide related. We do answer the 988 national lifeline calls for the area as well. We made over 6,100 referrals to other agencies in the community. So again, we thank you for your support. We appreciate it.
Thank you for what you do.
Thank you.
Any further? Commissioner, it's your pleasure to move forward, break now, and we have to return back to a meeting at 1:30, which is time certain, and we will also have a meeting from 2 o'clock on. We'll have to try to work all that through. The 1:30 meeting should take about 15 minutes, 20 minutes, which will get us right into that 2 o'clock time.
Yeah, I think.
Is that all right if you?
I'm fine.
Is everybody
Taking a
okay with
break
taking a
until-
break now?
You want to take a break till, what, 1:30? Is that what you're saying? Give them time to work out and have lunch? 1:30? Okay.
I want to advise the
Chairman.
public that,
Chairman, can you advise us, the ones who want to speak on behalf of the
that's what I was
sheriff's budget?
about to do.
Sorry.
Thank you. I do want to advise the public that if that's the case, and knowing the commitments that we have, that we would not anticipate any movement forward of this hearing until after the 2 o'clock time, when we would have to have that session, which should be very brief, and it will be here, and you're welcome to be here, but we would not have any interaction with the continuance of the budget hearing till about 2:15, I would say, in all fairness. So if you need a break or whatever you want to do, and you come back, you're more than welcome, and we seek your input. Meeting's adjourned for now.
this and then this is it.
We'll be moving on to the SWID portion of our presentation.
Give me 1 minute, Mr. Chair.
That's the Solid Waste Disposal District.
Here we go. All right, good. Chair, hope everybody enjoyed their lunch.
Thank you.
And obviously a long day, but you know, they say that this is arguably one of the most important days and most important decisions that a board will make in determining the resources allocation and the priorities for the community. So the solid waste disposal district, excuse me. So as the board knows, you already voted to adopt universal collection. This budget is, this is the budget and adopted rates you approved with the exception of the universal collection assessment. So for the landfill, just by budget, because as you know, landfill and recycling, we went out for contracts. For the landfill, we went both with the Republic. And so the increase with the new contracts, it goes from 19.8 this fiscal year to 32.1 next fiscal year. And the recommendation is a $12.3 million increase, 62.4%. Recycling, only a 29.8%, looks good compared to 62, but is still a $3.6 million increase. So the total expenses for SWID, you know, lessing out the capital, is $42,047,435, and that is a $13.1 million increase, which represents a 45.6%, you know, increase. If you recall, below the universal collection, it's in bold because you've already approved the residential ERU, the commercial waste generation unit, and the readiness to use fee. So for the universal collection, the annual assessment would be $181.70. And I'll return it to the board for any comments on that. Or for public comment. Yeah, return to the board for any
Thank you.
public comments or
Is there
public comment.
Any questions for County Administrator regarding SWID? Seeing none. Is there any member of the public that wishes to enter into discussion on the SWID assessment? Seeing none. Thank you, County Administrator.
Okay.
This portion of the meeting is now closed. We will now suspend the budget hearing, budget workshop, and we'll now open up a special call meeting that will be...
No, I can't do it. If you want, we can go back and do the street lights and the MSBU's because the special call is a 2 o'clock time certain.
Or after, 2
Or
or after, because we
2
didn't
or
know
after.
exactly when we'd get to this item, so.
You were real quick then. All right. Well,
Some things.
we're going to have to suspend that, and we'll now return back to the street lighting districts and special assessment rates.
So my only comment is, Mr. Chair, you have the honor to announce the assessment rates or who you're going to pick to present the assessment rates for our streetlight district, MSBU.
I know that Commissioner Morse was very anxious to be a presenter, so we'll turn it over to Commissioner Morse.
I'd be happy to. And I'll start reading them now. This is Gifford, $21 per parcel acre, and there will be no difference, also $21 in the coming year. Laurelwood, $44 per parcel acre, and again, no difference, $44 in the coming year. Rockridge, $3 per parcel acre, and again, no change, $3 in the coming new fiscal year. Vero Highlands, $47 and per parcel acre, and remaining at $47 in the coming year. Porpoise Point, $7 and remaining at $7 in the coming year. That's per parcel acre. Laurel Court, $48, and remaining at $48 per parcel acre in the coming year. Tierra Linda, there is a change. It's $55 per parcel acre and going to 56. So that is a $1 difference in the coming year. Bureau Shores, $34 per parcel acre and remaining at $34 in the coming year. Zora Park, $32 per parcel acre and remaining at $32. Royal Point Sienna, $51 per parcel acre and remaining at $51 in the coming year. Roseland, $3 and remaining at $3 per parcel acre in the coming year. Whispering Pines, we have a change there. That's $25 per parcel acre, and that will be going to $31 parcel acre, and that is a change of $6. The Moorings, $9 per parcel acre, and that will stay the same in the coming year at $9. Walker's Glen, $20 parcel acre, and that will stay the same at $20 in the coming year. Glendale Lakes, $40 per parcel acre, and that will remain at $40. Floralton Beach, $45, and that will remain at $45 in the new year. West Wabasso, $18, which will remain at $18 in the coming year. And it's per parcel acre. Oceanside is a per lot charge, and that's $51, and that will remain at $51 in the coming year. Oslo Park also is a per lot charge, and that is at $20 and will remain at $20 in the coming year. Is there more? If there's more, then I'm reading from the screen.
No, he said you spiked it. You did a good job.
Oh, okay, oh, thank you. Anytime, I'll do it every year if you want.
We've all had the opportunity, and sometimes it takes a different turn. You got it straight. All right. Any questions? Anybody have any input? What is that?
So the next one would be the MSPUs and other assessments. If so pleases the board, I can go over all three of them real quickly. So Vera Lake Estates, the MSBU, it's a per parcel or acre. It's currently $50, per parcel or acre, and the proposal is no increase, and it's at $50 for the upcoming 25-26 year. The East Gifford Stormwater MSBU is per parcel acre, and it's currently $10 in the fiscal year, and then for the upcoming fiscal year, 25-26, proposed to remain the same, so there's zero difference. The North County Water Assessment per parcel acre is $290.53. It's proposed to reduce by $7.31, which would bring it to $283.22.
Well, you got the notes. I'll let you do it. Thank you. We'll move on.
Next is golf course. The proposed budget is $5.1 million. It's a 7.1% increase, or $339,065. This is mainly due to the increase in the contract that we have to maintain the greens, and that's going up $219,000. Next, we have building department. Proposed budget is $7,713,641, an increase of 10%. We do have nine new positions proposed for the building division, but we've also been able to decrease our supplemental building inspector services by $500,000 because we did add those in-house positions. Next, we have utilities. Proposed budget is $65,151,757. That's a 3.8% decrease. That decrease is mainly because of the fluctuation in capital from year to year. We are adding one additional full-time position and reclassing one position as well. As the board is aware and has already approved in the past, we are going to have a 12% increase in our utility rates effective October 1st of 2025. That coupled with new growth is proposed to generate an additional about $8.6 million in the utilities revenue budget. The next two are our water and sewer impact fees. Water impact fees, $876,256. That's a $320,744 decrease. This past year was the first year we separated those impact fees out into two funds, so we're just kind of truing up to actuals there, so that's why there's a large decrease. Same with sewer impact fees on the next line. The proposed budget is $1,109,807, which is a decrease of 29.6%. Next, we have the internal service fund. Fleet management budget proposed at $4,656,014. That's a 1.6% increase. That's mainly due to the increased costs that we're seeing for our sublet repairs. Those are the repairs that we contract out that we are not able to perform in-house. Risk management self-insurance proposed budget is $10,381,272, an increase of 8.5%. As the board is aware, we brought you the agenda item a couple months back for the raising of the premium, the increased premium costs we're seeing in risk management. Employee health insurance fund, the proposed budget is $35,202,730. That's a $1.7 million increase or 5.1%. That's obviously due to the rising pharmacy and pharmaceutical costs that we're seeing with the GLP-1 specifically. There's also an additional position being proposed in that budget for the upcoming fiscal year. And then lastly, we have information technology. Proposed budget is $7,158,160. That's an additional $931,668 or 15%. And without going into too much detail, it's additional software and hardware expenses that we're going to face in the upcoming fiscal year.
And dovetailing on that, some of that is going to be paid for through the Florida's cybersecurity grant. We're estimating about $450. It could go higher or lower depending on how much they negotiate the price with the vendors, but we've already agreed to the solutions. So we're excited that our consultants were able to, that stood in for us when we had a change in leadership. We're able to secure that grant because they paid for themselves about 4 times over, 5.
Any questions on the enterprise funds or?
Okay.
Nope. Anybody from the public? I do denote that we have Spoonbill and Osprey, and the other marsh projects are under conservation. They're not enterprise. Because there would be a question since we have so many others. Okay. Well, right down to the wire now, and we still have 11 minutes to go.
So we can probably get the miscellaneous funds out of the way.
All right, first we have traffic improvement fees. This Fund 102 are the impact fees that are no longer levied. The budget is 0 for next year because we are hoping to spend those down this fiscal year. Anything that we have left at the end of the fiscal year will just roll into next fiscal year via budget amendment. Fund 103, additional impact fees, the proposed budget is $1,904,483. This is a $10.2 million decrease. That's just the fluctuation of the capital projects that are ongoing that will be rolled into the upcoming fiscal year. Traffic impact fees 2020, the proposed budget is $14.7 million. Again, an increase of $7 million due to capital projects. Rental assistance, the proposed budget is $3,993,330. This decrease is due to rental revenue that they're experiencing in the fund. Secondary road construction, proposed budget is $8.8 million. This is a $348,000 increase. Again, fluctuation of projects from year to year for our road projects. Special law enforcement fund, the proposed budget is 0. Those funds are handled via budget amendment throughout the fiscal year as they're requested. Tree ordinance fines, proposed budget is $360,000, a decrease of $10,000. Tourist development fund, $2.2 million $2,243,900. That's a proposed increase of $260,681. The board already approved this budget. They approved the TDC's recommendation, but just as a reminder, we are expecting a 10% increase in revenues there, in addition to the 5 cent that will be levied for the whole time this fiscal year. Next is our 911 surcharge fund, $1,627,705. That's a $1.6 million decrease. That's due to call taking equipment that they have budgeted in the current fiscal year that they received grant funding for. Next is a drug abuse trust fund, $75,000. That's a $25,000 increase that's been requested from the 19th Judicial Circuit Court. Next, we have our SHIP funding, $1.9 million. That's a $1.8 million decrease. As John mentioned before, there's a decrease in our allocation from the state for the upcoming fiscal year. Next, we have our MPO fund. Proposed budget is $791,034, a decrease of $204,211. We're seeing a reduction in the grants they're anticipated to receive for next fiscal year. Native Uplands Acquisition Fund, the proposed budget is $100,000. It's a decrease of $40,000. And lastly, we have our Coastal Engineering Fund. The proposed budget is $10,400,329. This is a $191,925 decrease. Again, capital project difference there. In the current fiscal year, we have Sector 4 budgeted, and then the next fiscal year, we have Sector 5 that's planned to start. Moving on, we have our neighborhood stabilization plan. That's a $10,000 proposed budget with no change from the current fiscal year. Florida Boating Improvements Fund, proposed budget is $65,000. It's a decrease of $550,900 due to the completion of some capital projects that we had planned in the current fiscal year. Disabled Access Programs, proposed budget is $0. That's a decrease of almost $35,000. And we're just awaiting for new projects to be proposed to use for those funds. Intergovernmental grants, the proposed budget is $0. It's a decrease of almost $591,000. Treasure Coast Homeless is scheduled to take over these grants, which is why there's the decrease to $0 there. Doris Hossberg Driver Education Safety Act, $49,000. That's level funding that's proposed. The ARP and CARES Act funding, those funds will just roll over into the next fiscal year depending on what's left at the end of this current fiscal year. We have some contracts outstanding and some expenses that we're trying to wrap up there. Court Facility Surcharge Fund, proposed budget is $120,824, a slight decrease there of only $176. Additional court cost funds, proposed budget is $95,000. This is decreasing $53,871 because we were building up cash in that fund. So last year we decided to use some of that cash because the leftover expenses that we can't afford to fund out of these funds get funded from the general fund. So we reduced that burden on the general fund last year. So that's why the decrease is for this upcoming fiscal year. Next, we have Court Technology Fund. Proposed budget is $300,000, a difference of $20,000 there. Land Acquisition Series. This is our previous land acquisition bond funding. The proposed budget is $0. We're hoping to have that fund spent down in the current fiscal year for the planned projects that we have, and then it will just go away going forward. Fund 147, opioid settlement funding. That's the funding that we've received from the two different settlements that we've received. We handle those via budget amendment as we receive them because the numbers have changed from time to time on what we have been scheduled to receive. And then last, we have the land acquisition series. This is the most recent issuance that the board did last year for the $25 million. We have no way of anticipating what's going to be spent between now and the end of the fiscal year, so whatever is left as of September 30th, we'll just roll into the next fiscal year, and the board can spend those funds then. Next.
This would be the last slide I think we should do because the next one after this is the aggregate millage. You may want to suspend and wait till we finish with the sheriff's budget.
Absolutely, sir.
So next we have the Dodger Bonds Fund. Proposed budget is $500,000. This is for the debt service payment that we have that's funded by the $500,000 that we receive by the state every fiscal year. Land Acquisition Bond Fund. This is where the debt service is for the $25 million that I just mentioned. This budget is $1.8 million, and that's the principal and interest for the bond that we have. That's the 0.0601.
Something like that.
Yeah, millage that we mentioned earlier. Fund 308, Jackie Robinson Training Complex, proposed budget is $424,768. This is our lease obligation for the capital and maintenance out at the Jackie Robinson Training Complex. It is increasing annually by the CPI now, which is why we're seeing an increase in their normal allocation. The decrease is because we've funded additional projects outside of their normal capital and maintenance obligations for some upkeep out there, and those projects are wrapping up. And then last we have the optional sales tax fund. Proposed budget is $53,870,236, a decrease of $34,263,675. And again, that's just a fluctuation of capital projects. Any of that $88 million that's outstanding and incomplete at the end of this fiscal year will be rolled into next fiscal year and completed then.
Any questions? Anybody from the public? Well, at this point, we really have no choice but to take a brief recess, as we're obligated to initiate at 2 o'clock. So at that point, we have about 9 minutes to go. So we'll take a break until then, and you all had your conversation with the sheriff? John?
Yes, sir.
You all had your conversation with the sheriff?
We did, yes.
Okay.
So, what with his staff, I mean, and they're
I mean,
not
that
here,
is-
but
yeah.
what I can tell you is that the sheet and the information I presented has been validated with his staff.
Thank you. Okay.
So it was correct.
We'll be back in 8 minutes. We'll now reconvene, and we will again suspend the workshop and move forward to a special call meeting that will consider the initial assessment resolution for solid waste collection services. I turn it over to our county attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, just now you had your budget presentation where you had your SWID hearing and you looked at those rates for your solid waste collection and disposal. But the solid waste collection special assessment is new and it hasn't technically been formed yet. So even though you've been discussing it, this is actually the mechanics of forming that special assessment under our new master assessment ordinance. So basically what this initial assessment resolution does is describes the assessment, which will fund garbage, weekly carted yard waste, and weekly limited bulk collection in the unincorporated area. You've got your estimated rate, which was shown before, which is $181.70 for each dwelling unit, and upon approval of this resolution, it directs the county administrator to prepare the assessment roll, schedule a final public hearing, and provide for public notice of that hearing. And the public notice that most people are going to get is through their trimmed bill, which is what our property appraiser Davis described. So basically, at this point, I know that Himanshu is here in case the board has any questions about the specifics, but I know you've talked this one a lot already. So my recommendation is that the board approve the initial assessment resolution for the solid waste collection services.
Any questions of council?
And I don't know if there's public comment on this, but it is an action item.
This is not a public hearing
Not.
item. However, if anybody wishes to speak about the special assessment. Two microphones. Thank you for having given ample opportunity. If anyone wishes to come forward, is there any discussion here on the board?
Mr. Chair, if there's no further discussion or questions from the commissioner, I'll be happy to move approval.
Second. We have a motion and a second by Commissioner Adams and myself. Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Opposed, nay, and that's consistent with my previous voting record with regard to mandatory universal collection. Thank you.
Thank you. Motion passes 4-1 with Commissioner Moss dissenting. Thank you. Special call meeting will now be terminated. And now we'll go back to the, do we see, is the sheriff here? Yes, we. Billy Orton. Counselor, you were so expeditious, and there was not much question involved, so we did advise 2:15, but I do now see the sheriff here. So we'll continue on with our budget workshop, and I believe we left off with the sheriff having to, or wanting to compare numbers to ensure that we were in the right spot and position with accurate numbers.
Nothing has changed. We've met multiple times. Your county administrator is nowhere near where I need to be to fund my raises. I have nothing left to say about this. You guys might as well start hearing from the public. And when you're done and you decide how much you're going to give us, put in writing what you want me to cut. You have a copy of the budget. Thank you.
Sheriff. Sir. The question before we had terminated the meeting for some time, or suspended the meeting. There was some discussion as to the numbers, the comparison of what was allotted and what was actually reflected from Office of Management Budget, from the Sheriff's Office, and to our Office of Management Budget. Has that been
There was one item that will be amended on our, that we will fix. It was about crossing guards. They were listed as full-time, and they are actually part-time employees, so it was over. It ends up being about 8 million and 8 million 9, 8 million 8, something around that area. And so we will amend that item, but it's interpretation. It's, you know, the way that we put our information in there is correct. It is not wrong. When the county administrator springs these last-minute 11th hour spreadsheets on us, the way he's interpreting it and the way we interpret it are two different things. So, okay, we're not talking about the same thing. So you have my ask. You have my budget. You have the entire thing. Fund it or don't. That's where I'm at. You listen to the public.
So you're,
Mr. Chair.
wait a minute, you're just, you're stating that the disparity in numbers was interpretation?
There definitely an element of interpretation, yes. There is an element of that in there. The way that, I mean, is Amy up there somewhere? Are you ready to come explain this,
numbers are what
Amy?
the numbers are, Sheriff.
Yeah.
I just, and that's why we wanted to hold off, because I want the public, I want this board and yourself to have accurate information that is justifiable.
Sure.
And
I stand behind the budget we submitted. Are there things that we need to update? Yeah, absolutely. We'll get those things updated for you, no problem.
inclusive of that estimate of what was being allotted for the deputies' increase.
You coming to explain it, Amy? Go ahead.
Good afternoon. Yes, the numbers that were on the county administrator's spreadsheet, the differences, those are legit differences. However, the reason for the differences is the information he did not have, whether it was based on positions in fiscal year 25 versus positions in fiscal year 26, transfers. The numbers he had were legit because what he had was the difference between 25 and 26. But there's reasonable explanations which I provided. I feel that possibly maybe we're looking for just a flat number of positions, the difference divided by number of positions is a per average. We're not going to get there, but that doesn't mean the numbers aren't accurate.
Mr. Chair, if I can ask a question. So after your lunch meeting, if the deputies were to get $9,800 a year and civilians get $2,500 a year for $6 million, that gets you very close to the number you're looking for. And that was, I believe, discussed over lunch.
We don't agree. We're not there. I am not there. I'm not going to get there. I asked for $14 million. I asked for $14 million. There's a reason for it. We've given you line by line. You guys are arguing about crossing guards right now. Do you want to protect this community? Do you want to have public safety?
Well, what I'm saying is $6 million, according to the math that was discussed at lunch, is almost $10,000 a year for sworn and $2,500 for civilians. That would leave you, according to your math, another $9 million.
You guys do whatever you want to do. I'm telling you that this is not going to get us there.
Sheriff, I'm just looking at the numbers. And these are the numbers that were discussed at lunch.
This is the same thing that has happened when you were sheriff. This is the same thing, the kicking of the can, the not funding what needs to occur. You guys do not understand all the things that are happening, the cost of everything going through the roof over there. Uniforms alone, 15 to 40% increases that don't even exist in this budget right now. That's come up after we submitted it May 1st. Tariff incidents, things that we have to pay for. So this whole discussion, when we're splitting hairs, when you guys are sitting here picking apart this, you're not going down the right path on this because the public is tired of this nonsense. We get calls every day. How come you're not dealing with traffic? How come you're not dealing with this? How come you're not dealing with my neighborhood? How come you're not dealing with that? I have 0 new positions in this budget. 0. You guys are getting 28. I have 0 new positions. I'm asking you to pay these people so they don't leave on me. They want to be here. They want to work. They want to stay and be a part of this community. I'm telling you, I know you guys think that I've drawn this crazy budget. Every time we go back to $0, we go back and start all over. We look at trends. We look at what it's cost us in the past. But we go all the way to the bottom. We say, what can we do this? They will tell you, I sit in staff meetings and I say, tell every one of our vendors that the sheriff is angry with them. Find someone who will do it faster, better, and cheaper. Every one of our vendors. We revisit every single contract. If you guys give us $6 million and I've asked for 14, I will have to make cuts. There is no situation that gets me to where I need to be. I will have to make cuts.
So I think the beginning of the discussion was about taking care of the men and women, which I think all 5 of us agree.
Okay.
If we're talking $10,000 per sworn employee and $2,500 per civilian, that is $6 million.
You may have come up with that math, but that is not what I'm asking for.
Sheriff, that's what your comptroller and our comptroller came up with at lunch.
Okay, that's not what we're asking for. That's not what we're asking for.
That was the recommendation by the county administrator, was to change our starting pay from 50 to 59, or 59.5.
60.
I thought you had 9,500. 60.
Because it's
60 to be.
50,619, 9381 brings it to the $60,000 that I forget the gentleman's name, said it needs to be at.
So the 60,000 would put them in a line, the parity for the firefighters. The second issue, though, was our civilians were only, he put a 3,500 average raise, and due to the pay study that we did to try to bring our civilians up to more comparative and competitive pay, that was too short. That was too low. So we did not, the sheriff had authorized us to walk out with 8.8. That's the 9 million with my $208,000 correction for the school crossing guards. So 8.8 was where we left it.
Did we get any correspondence regarding $6 million from the sheriff's office?
Not correspondence, but it was a conversation.
Conversation. That conversation was from our office manager?
I think it was a rough estimate, and I think it was only for the wages. I don't think it included the others.
To cover the wages only?
Yeah, it was just wages, salaries.
Nothing else that,
No.
in the sheriff's request?
This is $10,000 across the board for every sworn.
All boats rise.
On both sides, as well as a significant increase for the civilians. I tell you, Sheriff, that's a hard number to leave. I understand. That's a hard number to leave on the table, $10,000 per deputy.
Every year, we settle. I'm done settling. I gave you the Florida statute, put it in writing what you're not funding me for. Listen to these people who are applying for food stamps that work for me. You guys have what was it? You guys told me during the break. You got an administrative assistant job for $51,000. My starting deputies are making $50,000. You're on your website, $51,000. I don't know what to tell you.
Predictable. Okay. Sheriff is done. Is there anybody from the public that wishes to speak regarding this matter? Yes.
Told you what was going to happen.
Hello.
Please state your name and
My name is Renee Raya. I am the Central Records Manager. And I kind of wanted to talk on a little bit about what the sheriff had said. I know everybody's kind of, concentrating a lot on the deputies, which is extremely important, but we tend to forget the civilians a little bit. And I know you guys had said something a little bit about the civilians, but one of the things I want to say is our starting salary for civilians makes $16.67, okay? We ask these people to do a large number of job tasks that require a high level of accuracy, because if we're not accurate, it affects the men and women that are putting their lives on the line. We could be pulling somebody over that we don't need to have any business pulling over because we made a mistake. So we need to be accurate in the jobs that we do. And I know everybody goes, oh, but the benefits are not what they used to be. I have parents that cannot afford our health insurance, okay? They have to have their children on the state health insurance because they can't afford our family health insurance. The other thing we have is I've got, out of 17 employees, 10 of them can't leave their parents' or family homes. They cannot move out on their own because they don't make enough money. So that these are things to consider. And like the sheriff had said, I've got employees putting in for food stamps. They can't put food on their table because we don't pay them enough. I understand, you know, Commissioner Fletcher, you had said you have to take care of the taxpayers, you have to take care of the people. These are your people. They can't even live the American dream, right? That's supposed to be able to move out, have your own home, put food on the table for your kids or your people. They can't afford to do that. How are we taking care of our people when they can't even, you know, leave their own home? Everybody wants to be what? Independent, right? They want to live out on their own. They want to get their first apartment, their first whatever. They're incapable because of what we are paying them. This is part of what the sheriff has said. I know they're concentrated on the deputies, but part of what it is also the civilians who help. We're in the back of, you know, the background of these sworn people making sure that they are safe every day. I mean, I'm just kind of going with what you had said about taking care of the people. And that's all I got.
Thank you.
No problem.
Good afternoon. My name is Lisa Boisvert, and I live up in Sebastian. I would like to address this issue because this is all about priorities. You're not going to like this, but things have changed since May, and I think the sheriff needs $20 million in his budget right now, and I'm going to explain why. The two most important things that local government provides is safety and the perception of safety. It's the quality of life. If you are not safe, or if you feel you are not safe, you are not going to enjoy the golf courses and all the other things that you've listed in your budgets. You're not going to be leaving your house. All the money that's put into downtown Vero and bringing in more revenue, forget it. When people don't go to the restaurants, they are not bringing in revenue. The restaurants close, the businesses close. Your revenue from those businesses dries up, all because our priorities are not the safety of the people. The safety of the people is provided primarily by the police forces, which include the sheriff and the fire department. At the moment, the fire department is making competitive wages with Brevard and with St. Lucie County. And that is great, and they deserve it. It's a hard job. They put their lives on the line, but so do our police officers, so do our sheriff's officers. The other thing that makes the budget even more important, that it grows exponentially, is just look around. It's hard to find a single lot left that isn't being taken up and built upon. This is not the Indian River County that it was just a few years ago. And guess what? It's going to continue to grow. They're now putting up more and more buildings, and we all saw what happened in New York City. If you don't think there's going to be an explosion of even more people coming down here, you're not watching the news. There's going to be a lot of people fleeing New York City, winding up here in Indian River County. That was not contemplated when the budget was given to you in May of this year. This is a recent thing. We have to be ahead of the curve, not behind it. We have to provide safety for our people, knowing what's coming down the line. If we wind up losing our deputy sheriffs because they can go to Brevard or they can go to St. Lucie and make significantly more, what are we really doing? We're training them, we're spending the money to train them, they then turn around.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Catherine Gibson, retired deputy for a year from Indian River County Sheriff's Office, and I sat on our board of our union for all of Darrell Lohr's time and most of Eric's time so far. This has been a continuous problem that I've been in front of this board, whether it's you all personally, I know two that have been on this board. It's been a kick the can, I believe I heard, pass it to next year, let's just do whatever. This board has been historically reactive instead of proactive when it comes to this problem. I sat at that table every year negotiating wages with then Jim Harpering / Darrell Lohr, asking for more money, providing wage surveys, and the wage surveys were all done nice and neat, handing them over, and we got told to pound sand. This has been a problem that's been, just accumulating over the years. We have been doing nothing but trying to play catch up. When Eric took office, he gave us a step plan. We had been trying to get that for years under Darrell Lohr. We were told to pound sand on that too. I'm not quite sure why it is that this board does not understand the problem which arises. You could talk 6 years ago, 7 years ago, we were losing people to other agencies that were paying more, and now it's getting predominantly worse. Nobody feels that they should stay at an agency out of loyalty anymore. The loyalty is out the window. They want to get paid, and our benefit package compared to other counties' benefit package blows. I don't know what else to tell you all this. I have come in front of you all over and over and over again, telling you all that this is a problem. I have come out of retirement to come stand at this podium to tell you all how big of a problem it is. Darrell Lohr ignored it for his years in office. Eric's trying to fix it. He's already behind the time. And yet you all are sitting there and pissing and moaning over a few $1 million. Tap into your reserves. Tap into something, raise the millage rate, do something, because you sure raised it for the firefighters to get their nice big fat raise, but you won't do something for the law enforcement. Is it personal? Are y'all mad at him? Do you hate him? Do you hate the sheriff's office? What is it? What is it going to take for y'all to realize that this is an extreme problem? I don't know what else to say on this subject other than I've said it every time in front of y'all. I packed the house a few years ago. Y'all were mad about that. I didn't pack the house today, but I sure came out today because I wouldn't want y'all to miss me. Thank you for pushing it back to 2 o'clock so I could make it because I had other prior engagements, but I'm here. This is ridiculous. Are you going to suit up? Are you going to suit up and get in a car and go protect?
Thank you, Ms. Gibson.
Good afternoon. My name is James Dick. I live in West Vero in the unincorporated county. I've only been here a year and a half. I met the sheriff early on because I'm active in Neighborhood Watch, because we have a lot of problems out there. Homeless people coming through, stealing bikes, stealing all kinds of stuff. So we got organized, and the sheriff's department gave us a great plan to work from. He's the best sheriff I've ever seen. I've lived in 17 counties around the United States with sheriffs. There have been some good ones. There have been some bad ones. There have been some wishy-washy ones. This is a great one. This guy is good. I came down here from Alachua County. It was a snake pit. They were having shootouts in the streets, and nothing ever happened. Here's what's going to happen. If you get rid of the good deputies that you have, they leave here, this place is going to turn into a dump, just like New York, just like Jacksonville, just like Miami is in parts of the place. Wake up, folks. It's not the same world. He's absolutely right. The constitutional sheriff was designed to be the most powerful person in any county because of what he does. Safety. The primary purpose of government is keeping your international borders safe and your internal country safe. We're not doing either one right now. because everybody's wishy-washy. Look, it doesn't matter how much money you take home or how many taxes you pay if you're dead. It's dangerous out here. It's getting worse all the time. These guys risk their life 24/7, and they're not afraid to. They're good. They're qualified. They treat citizens like they're a customer. They don't treat you like a customer when you deserve to be treated differently. And you guys need to understand that. I don't care. I'm 78 years old, and I can get with the times. I know damn well that you can't police today like you did 30 years ago. If you do, you get run over. And I was an Army guy, and I served in the service and went into a combat zone in those days for the whopping amount of $121 a month. Today, they'd have to pay me $10,000 to even think about it. Come on, people, wake up. This is absolutely a disgrace. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Indian River County Commissioners and staff. My name is Serenity Marsh, and I'm entering the 10th grade at Vero Beach High School. I take pride in my strong work ethic, deeply value the opinions of others, and I believe in our community. Thank you for the opportunity to speak at these historic proceedings, as they occur during our centennial and will no doubt be reviewed by our children in 100 years to come. I plan to attend the University of Miami and major in criminal justice. I am currently an AP, honors, and dual enrollment student with aspirations to pursue a career in law enforcement or criminal justice. The Indian River County Sheriff's Office has an outstanding program known as the Explorers. I am proud to stand before you as a corporal in my post. The Explorers program is an amazing community service provided by our sheriff to not only protect youth like me, but to show us the discipline, the responsibilities, and the amazing community service provided by our staff. It is not lost on me that these programs cost money, and it is abundantly clear that these programs are at risk of losing funding within the proposed budget cuts ahead. If funding is lost and programs like this are no longer available for youth like me, it would be more than sad. It will be devastated to the community and our county's future. As a future community leader, taxpayer, and homeowner of Indian River County, I'm here to ask you to provide the sheriff with the resources needed to protect our community, protect our schools, protect our way of life, and support the brave men and women who risk their lives day in and day out so we can have a brighter 100 years to come. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's it. Hi, my name's Steve Gagne. I live in the Vero Beach Highlands. I'm also the treasurer of the Hispanic Republicans of Indian River. I've been going over these, and I just asked the young lady here to bring up this slide. I appreciate the time that the board is taking to look over the numbers. I especially appreciate the time that your office took to prepare these numbers, and thank you very much. However, I'm looking at this, and if you look at the portion of the millage for the sheriff's office, it shows in 2021 to 2022, that the sheriff's portion was 55.7%, and in 2024 to 2025, it had dropped to 52.8%. If you look down below under the MSTU fund, it's 62.8% for 2021-22, and it's down to 59.9%. That's a net drop of nearly 3% for each of those numbers from 2022 to 2025. And if we normalize on what that portion was of the total budget, that nets out to a 5% cut to the Sheriff's Department with the proposed numbers that are coming up. If we were to just try to normalize on the numbers for 2022, the amount that would be being allowed for them would be nearly twice what is being offered. And I think that the Sheriff's Department definitely deserves what they need to be able to continue doing the great job that they've been doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, and thank you for your service.
Good afternoon, Michael C. Marsh. More with less. That's what the sheriff's been doing since he's been in office. He's leveraged technology. But one of the items that I heard recently, sheriff gave the analogy, you know, a family has $1,000. They're gonna go to Disney, or are they gonna use that $1,000 to buy tires? Tires aren't fun, but it's a necessity for our lives. Law enforcement is that necessity. It should be the cornerstone of the budget process. But let's look at numbers, because that's what we've been listening to, right? We will spend $11 million in a golf clubhouse, but not give these men and women the money that they so rightfully deserve. But that's not it. But wait, there's more. How much money was spent on consulting fees? Over 80% that didn't even stay here in Indian River County. Millions of dollars of consulting fees, but we can't give the money to these brave men and women. Now, Sheriff mentioned about exit interviews. Deputy Bologna, one of the amazing deputies from Vero Beach High School, as well as Oslo Middle High School, he couldn't stay here because he couldn't survive, right? He went over to Port St. Lucie Police Department to make almost $80,000. That was in the exit interview. Let's look at retaining versus training. What costs less? Well, according to the other night, $140,000 to undergo an intensive training program and be provided with new gear. So isn't it cheaper just to keep these amazing men and women now instead of keep bringing in new deputies? Let's look at the general fund. Indian River County General Fund, 26% increase since 2010, 19% increase since 2020. Sheriff's Office budget, 26.29 since 2010, and 16.45 since 2020. Let's look at the numbers. The $14 million your Indian River County Sheriff is asking for, over $9 million will go directly to raises. $4 million to make sure that they have the operational costs, including additional training, so on and so forth. Crime is going down. Over 25% of clearance rate, thanks to your brave men and women of the Indian River County Sheriff's Office. The Explorer, you heard a beautiful young lady that was before me. What if that program goes away? John Lozada, who you saw recently up in the sky, he was also an Explorer as well. Let's be clear what the sheriff has said. This is not about Eric Flowers. This is not even about the office. It's about the next 100 years here in Indian River County. Do we want to be safe? We want to continue to be protected by these men and women so we can live, work, and play in Indian River County. And hopefully it's not personal, because we put a sheriff in office that no one behind the scenes could control. So we put the right one there. Let's give these men and women what they deserve. We can find the money through public records. The money is already there, right? So let's give these men and women what they so rightfully deserve. And across the board, the civilians and everybody else. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Marsh.
Hi, my name is Lydia Davis, and I've been in Indian River County for 3 years. And I deeply appreciate the security that I feel in this county. I ran from a previous county because it was getting too crowded, but it's beginning to look like it's gonna get the same here. I just wanna give you one simple example, but simple, but it was big for me. I'm 70 years old, a senior citizen living in a senior community. And at 2 o'clock in the morning, I heard some awful sounds in my porch. And I called 911, and they came in 5 minutes. They were there, and they took care of what was going on. And I couldn't believe that they were there that fast. So knowing that they are compensated properly, that those guys are gonna stay here and not go to other places, helps me feel more secure. They are also very helpful in our community. Like Jim said before, we have homeless people in the bushes around the place, and they always come when we call them, when we see suspicious activities. They also come and talk to our clubhouse and community about safety and security and how to protect ourselves. It's very scary living by yourself as a senior and knowing that your community is well protected. It helps you feel so much better. There are also gentlemen. Everyone that I talk to and encounter is so respectful and so wonderful. I had one encounter with an officer in Port St. Lucie, and he was so rude. As a senior, you know, we take this personal because who can treat like a grandmother with rudeness, especially wearing a badge and a uniform that should be respected? I respect these guys. I admire them, and I find a lot of worth in what they do, and I hope and pray to God that you guys see what they see and hear them and hear us and give us what they need so that they can continue to do their job and do it well like they do. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Paul Zelno, Indian River County Victims' Rights Coalition. We deal with the victims of crime in the county, provide financial services to them at no cost to the taxpayer. It's all volunteer 501c, which I believed I was called the last time I was up here. But I got we had a lot of numbers today. Woo! So I'm going to give you a couple I hope you'll remember. We had 0 fatalities, none, alcohol-related in Indian River County in 2024. That didn't happen in a vacuum, didn't happen by itself. It happened because of these guys back here. Let's just compare that relatively. 5 of the top 10 had as much as 23 fatalities per 100,000 people. Putnam, Nassau, Flagler, Columbia, all about the same size as Vero. Top 10. Vero, Indian River County, one of the safest counties in the state at 0.6 100,000 people. 0.6. How much does one fatality cost the county? Anybody have an idea? County cost, is that in the budget of fatalities? Do we have that? Okay, I'll tell you how much, and this comes from the Florida Safety Council. $5 million, one fatality, one. Loss of income, medical costs, legal fees, wrongful death awards, law enforcement resources, incarceration, premiums on insurance, and I have to believe somewhere in there's allowances for the taxes that we are taxed for those kinds of expenses. $5 million. We had 0. All right, one more thing. Talk about your gotcha moments. Here you go. Here's a gotcha moment for all the retirees to come to the table here. Those of us who were responsible enough to put money aside so we're not a burden on society, when we get to retirement age, government imposes something on us, a federal tax. It's called minimum requirement distribution. Our accountant probably knows about it. What does that mean? It means you don't get to choose how much money you take out of your retirement fund. They tell you how much, and they tell you when you can take it. This catapults the retirees in their golden years into an income bracket that many of us pay $1 for every 4 that we take out. This is a hardship. It's a hardship on people like myself. It's a hardship on many of the people here. We can work with a reasonable budget, but we can't put a price tag on safety and lives.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Tony Consolo. I am a 52-year resident of Indian River County, 28-year veteran of Indian River County Sheriff's Department, retired captain, graduate of the FBI National Academy and the Southern Police Institute. I recently read a survey that was conducted in 2022 by the Police Executive Research Forum. Survey indicated an increase of 18% of resignations and 40% retirements. I also have a degree in economics from Emory University, and one of the basic tenets of economics is supply and demand. There are less people getting into this job. Less people want to be officers nowadays. Media has something to do with that. There's a lot of things, a lot of factors, okay? With these people leaving, the agencies have to, there's a small pool of people, okay? So you either pay those people properly and draw good candidates, or you lower your expectations of those people. And the cost of lowering those expectations and lowering the qualification and standards of those people is going to cost you more money than it is to pay them what they deserve. I looked over this budget. I'm familiar with the budget, as I know two of the commissioners know that I am. And I do see some areas to cut. Okay, I'm going to be honest. That's an operating side, not in the salary side. Okay, you've got to pay these folks, these men and women that protect us, what they deserve. Okay, one of the things in the operating side, and Paul Zelno, who just spoke, kind of brought something up and made me think maybe I'm not right on that. There's a $45,000 contract for jiu-jitsu training. Okay, so I thought to myself, something that would help me determine if that's a legitimate cost is how many people are taking advantage of it. Okay, has it reduced our workers' comp claims? Has it reduced the number of officer-involved complaints for excessive force? I don't know those numbers, so I really can't tell you. But if it saved one officer or saved one individual from getting shot because of the amount of force that they were using, then that was a $5 million savings, I think Paul said, if I'm not mistaken. So I really can't make a judgment call. But what I have to do is rely on the expert that provided this budget to you. And I want to say, there's a couple people that said, I hope this wasn't personal. This seemed a little personal at first. Okay, Eric was the only one that was told, once you get your budget, that's your budget, you can do whatever you want. All the constitutional officers are the same way. There was no reason to single him out and tell him that. This sounded personal. The little shell game about we're increasing taxes, no we're not, and stuff like that, that's a shell game, okay? So let's be fair to the men and women. If there's any personal beefs against Eric, put those aside. Be fair to the men and women back here that are protecting and serving us, put everything else aside, and give them the money that they deserve. Okay, I still think there's some cuts in the capital, I'll be honest, in the operational, maybe a 4x4 doesn't need to be bought and stuff like that. So I do think there's some minor cuts, but I'm gonna go with the expert that says this is what we need, and I think you should approve his budget. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Barabbas Fanning. I'm a deputy in the Correctional Division in the Indian River County Sheriff's Office. I'm currently in maintenance. I'm a father of two. I have a disabled son. My son has got muscular dystrophy. I remember the Jerry Lewis telethon, 1 in 3,000 boys, that's my son. Life expectancy 21, 26 tops. So I'm facing this very sincerely. I reside in St. Lucie County. I chose to come here. Since I've been here, I've been employed by the Florida Department of Corrections for 13 years. I came here and I've been 2021, so I got 4 years of Sheriff's Department. Since I've been here, they keep talking about where the money's went, or the stuff that they've spent on. I've seen this department in this county do some of the best things that I've ever seen in any facility I've ever worked at. Their accreditation is second to none. Their medical department has been second to none since I've been here. They've involved us in so many community affairs involvement, like with the road crews. We were out right after hurricanes cleaning up. So I get phone calls every day from deputies, co-workers that I used to work with, Martin County, St. Lucie County, Palm Beach County. And it's very devastating when you hear them come up and say, you need to come down here. You need to do what you're doing up there down here. We need you. We can get you at 93,000 in 3 years. We can get you at 87 in 4 years at Martin County. So the numbers are very real. And I don't want to leave. I love this place. They've invested in me. I've invested back in them. Currently in the maintenance department, I've been trying my best to save the county as much money as I can. I come from an AC background, electrical, air conditioning, plumbing. I've done light repairs, parking light repairs, a lot of repairs around the facility, saving the sheriff's department thousands of dollars. And I do that because it's part of who I am. I'm a hard worker. I always want to excel and be the best I can for the department. And I don't want to have to choose between what's right for my family when my son gets to the point where my wife has to quit her job and stay home, and me trying to survive on $58,000 a year and take care of a disabled kid. It's very difficult to see those kind of numbers. I'm not leaving. I'm going to stay right here because this is the county I want to move to. And I love the co-workers here. These people treat me like family. If I ever need anything, there's any one of them is going to show up at any time and help me. But thank you for your time.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I can truly say, Tom Lowther, 1655 27th Street. And looking out through this room, I can truly tell you all, I have been where you're sitting. It's hard to believe 20 years ago this year, I was right in the same movement. And I too had a former sheriff sitting on the county commission. That was Gary Wheeler. I think, Commissioner Ehrman, you would realize when I got elected in 2002, my goal was to unify the fire department and paramedics. That was an ugly, ugly battle. You remember that. Money was an issue, but it was all about safety, was it not? Commissioner Flesher, I believe you were a deputy when we were sitting here talking about pay raises, just like we are today. I believe that might have been a day that we, correct me if I'm wrong, was it a 13% pay increase that we did? I can't remember. 20 years long ago, it's, you know,
I didn't
I
get
had
the
hair back then
opportunity
too.
because I was elected.
But
I
plain
missed
and
out.
simple, I
Thank you.
remember Sheriff Wheeler was just dead set against all this. And one thing I haven't heard, maybe it's because I haven't been here all day, I do have to work still, believe it or not, the way I dress. I haven't heard one thing about Martin County. We always kind of adjusted ourselves with Martin County because it's the same size, same money. I understand the sheriff's budget there is $110 million. I might be wrong. I think truly today you all can't look at this as a money item, an issue, as I did 20 years ago. I look at this as the health, safety, and welfare of Indian River County and these hardworking people that protect us. I didn't realize firefighters make $60,000. God bless them, because I battled that for 4 years. I truly believe that you all need to dig deep, have some intestinal fortitude, and vote for what you all feel, not for what's good for the tax base, because Indian River County is growing. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Bob Sunkel. I'm the president of our Sergeants Union at the Sheriff's Office. I'm currently a sergeant of our Special Victims Unit. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak today on behalf of the Sheriff's Office and the men and women who serve this county with dedication and pride. I'm going to get straight to the point, though. We're being underfunded again. While every other constitutional office is receiving full support in this budget, our deputies are working long hours, often with less pay than surrounding counties, and the gap is continuing to grow. Retention is becoming harder, recruitment is falling behind, morale is being tested. Meanwhile, the county had no problem approving 27.25 additional positions for you guys. Over the past 2 years, you spent $34 million on consulting fees, and only 12% of that went to local companies, meaning 88% of that money left Indian River County entirely. That's tens of millions of dollars that could have been reinvested right here in our community, but instead does nothing to support our local economy. It also begs another more uncomfortable question. Does somebody in county government have personal ties to these consulting companies? Because from where we stand, the spending doesn't appear to reflect the needs of the citizens or the people putting their lives on the line. So I have to ask, is this about budgeting or is this personal? Is there a problem with the sheriff? Is there a problem with the office of the sheriff? Once again, from where we stand, it looks deliberate. We are the only constitutional office in this county that's being left out. And here's the reality you'll be facing that doesn't change. Are you planning to hire more consultants again when 30 deputies walk out the door for higher paying jobs in neighboring counties? Will you pay for another study to figure out how to run a sheriff's office with no staff left? We don't need more reports, we need action. We're not asking for luxuries, we're asking for fairness. We're asking for you to show fairness and equity to those who respond to the shootings, the overdoses, domestic calls, and traffic fatalities every single day. Public safety is not an afterthought, it's a responsibility. It's time that Indian River County stepped up and treated it like one. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Bobby Lindsay. I was born here almost 80 years ago. I supported every one of you guys on this commission when you were running for office. The first sheriff that I got to know pretty well was Sam Joyce. That goes back 60, 65 years ago. We have been blessed in this county to have better than average law enforcement over the years. Commissioner Lohr, you know I supported you. I think it's just almost a no-brainer that from a priority standpoint, you have X amount of money to spend. What are you going to spend it on? What's going to be your priority? Back when I was still trying to grow citrus before I became a cattleman, if I had a decision to make between buying fertilizer or buying a new boat, I bought fertilizer. And I think it's just that simple with what you're dealing with here. We should have right at 2 deputies per 1,000 population. We've got 1.6. Back in the days of when Marshall Dillon was running Dodge City, there was a deterrent factor just based on the fact that anybody that was uninformed or drunk enough to challenge him didn't survive for long. So, and if Miss Kitty hadn't been doing such a good job at her saloon and had a really good bartender, they probably wouldn't have needed the old dock because they wouldn't have gotten as many people shot. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob.
Good afternoon. I am Dr. Angela Rosado Jones, and I am the current capacity of one of your captains at your local jail. After 19 years serving as a correctional officer, I've seen a lot. I've seen the violence, the trauma, the pressure, and the strength that it takes to keep going. But what truly weighs on me today is what's happening to the people who I love and see as a brother and a sister, and to see what they're going through at this present time. I have had many, many conversations with the good men and women, both sworn and civilian. I have seen deputies cry because they're behind 2 to 3 months on their mortgage, their rent, and their car payment. I have seen deputies cry because they don't have enough money to put food on their tables. I have seen deputies cry and work overtime in order to make ends meet. And yet, they still come each and every day to do the job, which is serve, protect, and take care of our community. In the last few years, we have seen some of the best walk away from our agency. Not because they wanted to, they had no choice. You see, because at some point, it not only becomes about the community, it becomes about their family. And as we all know, if you have to choose between your family and the community, the average person is going to choose their family. And why are they choosing their families? Because what they're making currently does not make it through the end of the month or even barely to the next 2 weeks. So I ask you, what's going to happen when our jails are no longer fully staffed, when our road patrols are on patrol, when we don't have enough dispatchers to answer your and my 911 calls? What are we going to do then? When our crime scene techs are stretched so thin, when our pilots cannot be retained, when people who are to man an entire agency are forced to leave for the sake of survival? What happens when the safety and stability of our community we have and the very infrastructure of public safety begins to collapse? What happens then? This is not just about what and who, it's about protecting the future of our agency and protecting the community, Indian River community. That's who we're protecting. So to our commissioners, these fine men and women, both sworn and both civilian alike, they love this county. They believe in our agency. They serve with integrity, pride, and unwavering commitment. But love for the job, like I said, it doesn't pay the bill. We need your approval. We need your support. We need real-time action that reflects the value of their work, not just in words, and compensation that allows our people to live with dignity while continuing to serve. When our jails, roads, and dispatch centers, our forensic labs, and our helicopters are done, then you tell me who's going to serve. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon. My name is Trinity Marsh. I'm here today because I think it's just ridiculous to not give the Sheriff's Department a raise. These men and women risk their lives every day for us to protect us. They're not even getting paid what they deserve. That's not right. They show up when there's danger, when someone's in trouble, or when there's something scary is happening. But we expect them to all do is without fair play. That makes no sense. Think about it. If we don't pay our officers enough, how do we expect them to stay? How do we expect new ones to want to join? If we lose good officers because they can't afford to stay in their job, our community suffers, especially us, the youth. We need safe neighbors, safe schools, and trusted adults who are trained and ready to help us when we need them. Without a strong sheriff's department, these things get dangerous real fast. So I'm asking you to think about their future. Think about us, the youth. If you want us to grow in a safe place, healthy place, then support the people who protect us. Give the sheriff department the raise that they deserve. It's not just about the money, it's about the respect, safety, and doing what's right. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name's Gordon Michael, 2655 69th Street in Vero Beach. I'm a lifetime resident, former deputy and reserve officer. I guess today's meeting's been a lot about numbers, so I'll give you some more numbers. Some of that's already been mentioned about the ladies with some of the other arguments. The Indian River County Sheriff's Department now starting fee is $50,600. St. Lucie County is $60,800. Martin County is $66,500. Port St. Lucie is $72,500. Fort Pierce is $55,400. And the fire rescue, as mentioned earlier, is $60,000. This thing has gone on since I was a deputy. And both the two of you I've worked with in the past, Commissioner Fletcher and Commissioner Lohr, and we've discussed this many times over conversations and other times. And I have to respectfully disagree with the county minister. I think that with President Trump passing the big new bill that this economy is going to take off. All you have to do is drive north of on Kings Highway, north of 49th Street, where that big development's going in there with restaurants, theater, and homes. I've got 118 homes going on at Dead End Street on 69th Street. Between 65th Street and 69th Street, there's 5 different developments going on right now, building just as fast as they can build. So I respect the county minister with his numbers saying that the figures are down. I'm sure that's probably accurate to him, but what a person sees driving around this county is a different story. Another thing I want to mention to you is, as somebody has mentioned earlier, it's $140,000 to train and complete an FTO program with the deputy, and we've lost 4 to Martin County, and we've lost 4 to Port St. Lucie just in this year. We can't keep losing the people before we even get them out and get any time on. I was told a long time ago when it started, you really don't know yourself around being a cop until you've been there 5 years. But you can't stay somewhere if you can't buy a house and provide for your family. They've got to have some money to be able to provide for their family. 3 of you have wore the uniform of this county. Commissioner Ehrman has a son that's on the Sheriff's Department. I'm sure he's discussed with you the situations and stuff. It's just not right. It says we have right now 1.6 deputies for 1,000 residents. With counting the school resources, we have 1.8 deputies, and then the county recommends 2.8 deputies per 1,000 residents. SBI recommends 2.5. And as some other people have mentioned, the growth that's going on in this county and the money that we can find to do Sandridge Country Club and things like that. We've got to find a number to be able to support these deputies. One last quick thing. I don't want another Richard Kowski in this county. I was here when it happened. Please don't make one of these other people and you have to go to somebody else's deputy's funeral. Thank you. Thank you, Gordon.
Thank you. My name's Matt Redstone. I'm a lifelong resident of River County. I'm here to represent the deputies of River County. My family's been here for over 120 years, and 50 of those years have been supporting the sheriff's office every single day. I've seen it firsthand. Our deputies not only do a great job working patrol, but they do a great job in our community outside of wearing the uniform. But today we sit at a crossroads. Multiple deputies are sitting here watching this today, deciding what their next step is. Are they gonna stay in this community, or are they gonna go elect to work somewhere else? Are they gonna stay, or are they gonna go make $20,000 more at the Port St. Lucie Police Department? Are they gonna stay, or are they gonna go down to Martin County, have their insurance and have all their retirements transfer and go make $15,000 more tomorrow? That's the decision they're making here today. They're not gonna wait till September, and they're not gonna wait till this budget process is over. They're seeing what decisions are made here today and what's coming out of that, and they are gonna be firing up their computers and filling out applications. So these aren't empty threats. This is actually what's happening. This is what we're hearing, and this is why we're all here. We love this community, and we want to keep our deputies here. We're not even asking to be the highest paid. Multiple people have come up here and said how much money these other people are making. We're not asking for that. We're just asking to be competitive. I don't understand. We love our firefighters. We work with them every day. There's no comprehension to say that they deserve to be paid $60,000 a year starting, or we're making 50. I don't get it. It's hard to sit here and talk to our deputies and say that and even comprehend that. What, at the end of the day, what's worth being cut? Is at the end of the day, is the plan that the sheriff laid out, is that less important than a new $13 million clubhouse? Are the 28 new positions that you guys are accounting for, are those people gonna answer 911 calls at 3 o'clock in the morning outside of the 3 asking for the fire district? What happens when 16 deputies leave? That's a whole shift. What are we gonna do then? What services are we cutting? So to me and to a lot of people, it truly seems like we're putting the handcuffs on the sheriff of this county that was elected to protect his community. Indian River County is a special place. It's a very special place. We love this place. I love this place. I want to continue to be here, but we need to support those who protect this place every single day. I thank you for your time.
Thanks, Sarge.
Good afternoon, Commissioners and citizens of Indian River County. I thank you for supporting us today. It means a lot that we have all these individuals here from our community to support us. My name is Paul Gautier. I'm a 20-year employee of the Sheriff's Office, and I'm currently a corrections sergeant assigned to the maintenance unit. I'm also the president of the IUPA Local 6084 Correction Sergeants. I'm here today on behalf of the Indian River County Sheriff's Office to respectfully request your support for a budget increase specifically for our Sheriff's Office civilians, law enforcement, and corrections deputies. I'm also here today to impress upon you the importance of keeping our experienced, trained deputies and civilians in the corrections setting. While many think our jail simply as a place of confinement, what happens inside our correctional facility goes far beyond that. Our deputies work every day not only to maintain security, but to transform lives. We offer vital programs like Narcotics Anonymous, Alcoholics Anonymous, to help inmates confront addiction. GED programs offer a path to education, while anger management classes teach critical skills for breaking cycles of violence. Our reentry programs prepare individuals to reintegrate into society, reducing the recidivism rate, and introducing a more civilly responsible citizen back into our community. These programs are investments in the public safety, reducing future crime, and helping create safer neighborhoods across Indian River County. But the impact of our corrections division extends even further into the community. Corrections deputies and inmate work crews support programs that many may not realize originate from our facilities. Roadside cleanups that keep our communities beautiful, homeless camp cleanups that help maintain public health and safety, food bank distributions that support families in need, and even courthouse security that ensure justice can function safely and effectively. However, we are facing a crisis of retention. Neighboring counties are offering significantly higher salaries, and we are losing skilled deputies, both law enforcement and corrections, to those better paying jobs. Each time we lose a deputy, we lose not just a person, but years of experience, training, and the relationships that make our programs effective and our facilities safe. In corrections, we don't have the option to run short-staffed. Florida model jail standards require mandatory minimum staffing levels to safely operate a correctional facility. When we fall below those levels, we risk the safety of inmates, deputies, and ultimately the community. If we continue to lose corrections deputies, it will directly impact the community programs I mentioned and potentially force cuts to serve the roadside cleanups, homeless outreach, and food banks. I have one more thing. My question.
Thank you, Sarge.
Sorry,
Thank
I
you,
lost
Sarge.
it.
Mr. Chairman, committee members, it's nice to be here today. Nice to see you all. I'm Joan Johnson, Coral Wind Subdivision. I spent a lot of my career, not all of it, but a good portion as a budget analyst. And as a budget analyst on the Polaris Poseidon program, submarine program, Department of Navy, we did 5-year budget plans. And I don't see anything here looking forward beyond this year. And I just would like to suggest that you all give some thought to where you're going to find the money in the next couple of years when the sheriff comes in and says our population has grown and I need more deputies. If you're having trouble finding money to give salaries to the guys now working for you, where are you going to find money for new recruits? So just as a thought.
Thank you, Joan.
I wasn't even going to get up here and speak today, but I think it'd be in vain. Some of you guys are in the same position I'm in. I've earned my career already at another police department. I'm fortunate to have a retirement, an extra retirement. And some of you on the diocese have that luxury as well. Some of you have 2 retirements. I speak from the heart. I don't have a fancy speech. I don't have a bunch of numbers, but I'm going to tell you a story. And I witnessed this just last year. There's a young deputy. We're working at a school function protecting your children. Breakfast was served every morning and lunch was served every morning to the children at this function. This deputy is the father of a child, had his child with him every day so he would get breakfast and lunch every day. Whatever breakfast and lunch was left there every day, this child would bring a pillowcase and take everything from that cooler and transfer it into his dad's cooler. Me and some deputies kind of made fun of that, thought it was funny. That's why I'm so passionate right now. And I'm almost ready to cry because that story resonates right now. And I thought about it. Friday came, it was our payday. I know what I make over there as a deputy, as a beginning deputy, even though I have a retirement. I mean, I keep every one of my paycheck stuff to show people. And I'm talking about an experienced deputy. That's what I am, experienced. I bring a lot to the table. And my paycheck is just as bad as that deputy I saw scrapping for food every day. Friday came, it was our payday. I'm like, man, today is payday, man. It's the weekend, things gonna be good. And this same deputy that had his child scrapping for food every day that we made fun of said, I can't even pay my rent, man. I have to wait the next payday to pay my rent. The same deputy that the sheriff told you about that left here to go to Port St. Lucie, I take it back, he got a federal job. Our roommate with that deputy at a school function in Orlando last year. And this deputy cried in bed next to me, telling me how he can't even pay his mortgage payment off this paycheck. And you guys, listen, you guys done did this job. I know you guys got to be physically conservative. I understand that. I fought this battle with Vero Beach Police Department in 2012. I don't know if Laura Marsh was in the city council then, but we won that battle. And they saying the same things that you guys were saying. We don't have the money. We can't find the money. But guess what they did? Because the public spoke. They found that money. Nobody got demoted and no one got a pay cut. And you guys just need to just search your hearts. I know you guys are politicians and you expect the public to say, hey, these guys are physically concerned. But sometimes you got to do what's right. Public safety should be number one. This shouldn't even be a question right now. It should be done. And I'm speaking from the heart. I don't have a fancy speech or any word say. And I yelled just like this the last time in 2012. And guess what? The city of Vero Beach did the right thing. You can laugh for them now, but they did the right thing then. And you guys search your hearts and do the right thing.
Hi, my name is John Clark. Been a resident of this county since 1983. I work for the Sheriff's Office. I've been with the Sheriff's Office a long time also, with a short reprieve. There's a lot of talk with you guys about this here. It's the trash bins. Trash bins, and it's already now going to be in our county tax roll or fee or however you do it. But the fact that we still, every resident's going to be paying for this now when they weren't required to, it's a necessity. So this is a necessity, $13 million difference according to the funds you guys just put up there. It's a necessity. But the sheriff's deputies back here are not. I'm not going to be in this job very much longer. I've been doing it a long time here. I worked in West Palm Beach before that, but I'm going to live in this county for a long time. The people that are coming in now that we're training, we want them to stay. We want the people that are already here to stay. You want people like me, like these guys that worked here their whole lives, Tony Consalo, and all these other people that have been here, the institutional knowledge of being in Indian River County and know who the bad guys are, know which cars belong in each driveway. That's what's important. There's a reserve fund here through the county administrators, and you guys use, it's got $600 million in it. Okay? That gets funded every year where you guys put $12 million at a time, $7 million at a time. You can hold that back for 1 year to pay this and figure out how to pay the deputies. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you for hearing me. And most importantly, I thank Jesus Christ that I'm able to stand here today and talk to you, because there are several instances in this profession where I was nearly not able to. I've been in law enforcement for 6 years, and I recently left Brevard County over the same thing. I heard the same conversations, and just like I told them, I'm telling you now, it's the same sentiment that I've heard in the hallways out here today and in the weeks leading up to this. Do not put me in a position to choose between this job and my family. My wife and we just celebrated the birth of our first son in September of last year. Because of a very rare birth defect, she is not able to work, and we took a $50,000 a year pay cut because my son, by the end of this year, will have had 4 major surgeries. He was not even supposed to be alive today. We've spent $31,000 out of pocket, completely draining my entire savings just to make sure that my son is alive. My check right now from the sheriff's office is roughly $2,000. That does not cover my mortgage. I am stressed every single day when I go home, and I wonder how I'm going to provide for my wife and for my child. My wife has been woken up no less than 14 times in this profession in 6 years with a phone call from either me or my friends saying, your husband was injured, hit by a car, not my car, me, hit by a car by a fleeing felon. I've been stuck by dirty needles and had to sleep in a different bed than my wife for months at a time, waiting for test results to find out if I could pass on to her a life-altering disease, and thank God I didn't. The reality is without approving the sheriff's bills, without approving his budget, you are going to experience the same thing that Brevard County did. I was a field training officer up there for 2.5 years. In those 2.5 years, I trained deputies who could not even afford to move out of their mom and dad's house. We are asking men and women to put on badges and guns and go into other people's houses and judge and tell them how to live and enforce laws of this state when they can't even afford to do it for themselves. There are deputies now that without working overtime and details cannot make their bills meet. I come out ahead about $50 every month. If I need to buy a new set of tires for a car, a set of brakes, if my wife's car fails, if my truck fails, I don't make my bills meet just on my salary. I cannot afford to live and work here if you guys do not approve this. I want to stay here. I've been in law enforcement, like I said, 6 years. I've been with Indian River County for about 4 months now. I came here because I support the sheriff and I support what I see when he is out in the media and what he does behind closed doors to support us and the community at large. I'm telling you, as a cautionary tale, I have seen no less than 30 people leave agencies over this exact same conversation. And while we were on our 2-hour lunch break waiting for this, I looked through my phone and I can name 21 deputies either actively applying out or in the process of leaving Brevard County over this exact same issue. All I'm asking for you is for you to do what you are constitutionally obligated to do and look out for the citizens of this county. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else?
Hello, my name is John Tobiah. I have an expired notary license. I'm my dad's third favorite kid, and I possess 3 Bed Bath & Beyond coupons. First of all, I want to thank you for your service. I know it's very difficult to be up there, and I appreciate what you do. My request here is not to increase the millage. I very much respect the principles that you have on holding the line. But $6 million has been floated, and I just wanted to point out a few things about that $6 million as some sort of go-between between the 4.7 and what was requested. While $10,000 per deputy may sound like a good talking point, as you are well aware, this will create compression issues. This does not have parity with fire rescue. This does not solve overtime issues, or this does not increase the retirement state mandated retirement contributions. Second of all, you mentioned $2,500 for non-uniform, non-sworn officers. Again, that may sound good, but for non-sworn officer or non-sworn civilians in the middle of service, that $2,500 may be below CPI. So that's a concern. Number 3, $6 million, I'm sure the sheriff would give it all to employees. That does not include $1 of increase for operating expenses. The other constitutional officers came up here and asked for money and received money for operating expenses and employees. If you were to give $6 million, it leaves nothing on the bone. And finally, and most importantly, it doesn't solve the issue. We're going to have the exact same issue, in fact, I'd argue worse, next year. We have, as you heard, we'd have attrition rates, and we'd have greater operating needs since there would be no funding this year. So again, $6 million may sound like a compromise, but it's a far cry from what is actually needed. Now I'm going to go back real quickly, not asking for a millage increase. I'm asking you guys to prioritize. And if you can look through this budget and say each and every dollar that you have in that budget is more important than providing those resources for the men and women that keep us all safe, then go down that road. But I have issues, as you've heard, with the millions of dollars in here going to the Chamber of Commerce, those going to facade grants for CRAs, those going to golf club clubhouses. I don't know that that's the prioritization that is best. Again, please rethink that $6 million. It does not get us anywhere where we need to be. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? The commissioners like to discuss or entertain any of the comments that were made by the public. I have a few, and I'd like to talk with the county administrator. It was proposed that we pounded sand, or we told somebody else to pound sand. It was proposed that we did not address needs throughout the years. I have a much different memory. And I have a tremendous recall of what has happened in the last few budget cycles. And for public consumption and for the benefit of this board and anybody who spoke today, I would like the county administrator to reflect the numbers that has been ticked for the past few years, specifically regarding sheriff's salaries, or earmarked, as we know, that the sheriff can do whatever he wishes with the budget that's allotted, and he does not have to direct the dollars where they're requested to be allotted to. So on his approved budget, he can make some changes, adjustments. So, but we do have some recollection over the past few years of what has been infused during his watch directly to deputy salaries. I just wanted to see if we have a recap.
Yeah, a couple of things, I heard a couple of recurring themes I think that need to be addressed. The golf clubhouse, Sandridge, that is exclusive, it's a business, it's an enterprise fund. That is exclusively being paid for by those that play golf at Sandridge. No general fund dollars have subsidized the clubhouse, and there will be no backup pledge from the general fund or any other fund to support the debt service that they're taking out on that. So, I mean, just so we understand that $11-12 million, that's not general fund dollars. That's an enterprise fund, and it's a self-sustaining fund in of itself. You can't use the funds from that fund. You couldn't even do a surcharge onto a round of golf and bring it into the general fund. So just so we understand that. I've heard the chamber comment several times, and those funds are coming from the $1 million that goes to this chamber, and I think about the 350 or so that goes to Sebastian. And but as we saw in the tourist development, it's about 2.3, I think it is. And those are tourist development taxes. Those are paid by tourists that come in, beds and heads, and they fund the tourist development activities, within the county. So, I mean, this year, the legislature and the governor signed the bill expanding the use of those funds, but they are very narrowly restricted in how they can be used. The only thing that they can be used in the most recent thing is potentially, and we probably have to, in our own ordinance, change our stuff, but as the expansion was to allow for beach lifeguards. We have 3 beaches. I mean, arguably you'd free up $1.2 million if we were able to do that over a couple of years. So, but with regard to the amounts that have been provided over the last couple of years, I mean, one, this is the salary history in terms of what has been asked and what's been provided. In 22, 23, the request was to provide 7%. The record for the budget workshop will reflect a member of the commission asking directly, is that what the employees are going to be receiving? And it was an affirmative response, and the board provided $7.35 million budget increase. In the preceding year, it was about 2.9, just to clear that, to understand that. For fiscal year 23-24, we know the civilian, employees received 5% raise. Those 5%, maybe not 23-24, but I think 23-24 was about CPI, and then 24-25 was definitely above CPI. So there's been those changes, and then in 23-24 for the sworn, we don't know what the average percent was or the average amount was, because the sheriff implemented a step plan. I understand it's a 13 step plan at 4% increase per year. They're paying for experience like many other agencies. And one of the things that, in our conversations, because not just in here, but elsewhere, he mentioned that he fixed the pay compression issue, because there were some inequities. So, and the comment was, well, based on you fixing the pay compression issues, if you do an across-the-board raise, do all personnel, or all, they say all boats rise, do all personnel rise within that step system that you have, or be placed, appropriately, and because everybody's benefiting by the same amount. In 24-25, kind of same thing, civilians 5%. They increased the maximum pay for the deputy, as well as they increased the starting pay for sergeants, and then the maximum pay for both the sergeants and lieutenants. And then they just changed the way when they receive their pay increases, it's on their anniversary versus on October 1st. So the last 2 years, $5.78 million. The year before that, $5.79 million. And the one thing I would say is when we talk about that $7.35 million, I think it's important to note that there was a portion of that money was a one-time allocation that was from, it was either CARES or COVID funding, and it never reset. We built the budget going forward with that reset amount. I mean, it was actually $4 million over 2 years, and we built the budget on that. We never deducted it like you would for a capital project or a capital purchase. So to go back to kind of just look at the increases, you know, Mr. Chair, and we're very mindful, and I don't, you know, every year I get it. At least since I've been here, I've had a great working relationship with the sheriff, I believe. And we have, in the last 3 years, increased the budget in 2022-23, 12.11% on their budget. Last year, 8.5%. This year, 7.83%. And I know those percentages like, oh, well, that's not that much, but look at the raw amount, because obviously the larger the dollar, the larger the budget, the smaller the percent is. So you're going from a $57.8 million budget in 2021 to a $79.6 million budget in a matter of 5 years. So, and we had the conversation last year about the level of unsustainability at $5.8 million increases. And so I just, you know, we're getting $8.68 million from growth in ad valorem tax revenues. The sheriff's request is 14.6. You know, and I heard the comment, I would think I need to, you know, because we talked about the other constitutionals. Let's look at they were funded completely, but let's look at the amount that we're talking about. I mean, 5.6 for the property appraiser, and he's getting 6.6. That's 348,000. Clerk of the circuit court, 1.5 million. He's getting 34,755 additional. Tax collector, again, estimate, because August 1st is the day on which that the tax collector shall submit their budget to us. We project at 10.4%. That'd be $448,000. And then we'll leave out the VAB. But if you just look at those, I mean, those are line items in some of, and I'm not, again, I've shared with the sheriff, you know, absent of having to, as a former city manager and managing the police department that came under me, having to have reviewed law enforcement budgets in the past, working with the chief and all that. But I mean, so I get it. I understand the importance. And I certainly understand the importance and the criticality of making sure that our men and women in uniform, you know, are paid appropriately. I understand the sacrifice. I can tell you how many times, and you all both know, that I've had to, you know, step in as a single dad when my wife was deployed to Texas or deployed with the governor or being called out. My wife is a law enforcement. I get it. And I don't disagree that the salaries the salaries need to be funded. So we did, to your point in the conversation you had, we ran a couple scenarios, and the numbers that I used included a multiplier based on what we would arguably use for fire. And I think Amy, the CFO, agreed. If you know, the multiplier is 1.5. So if we're paying, you know, $10,000 times 1.5, and that gives you what the actual amount is. And we've run some scenarios, to Commissioner Lohr's point, where you could you could get to that $60,000, you know, and then you could provide the 25, or even you could go to 3,500. I think at 6 million. I'll tell it to you. I mean, we've been reticent about trying to tell the sheriff, or you know, outside of me talking with him about the initial presentation, of which one of the things that we found out in the presentation book, you know, the discrepancy is the presentation that was put together. It's not the sheriff's. It's from the union. And the errors that are in that presentation, as they told us, that's not theirs. Well, I used those numbers just to say, well, it said 95 road deputies in that presentation. It's actually 76. All my columns, all my numbers, the formulas, they were all correct. I use Excel. Again, I don't want to trust my fingers on a calculator. But I can share with you what we had shared, and we did. I mean, in all fairness, I've talked to you, I've talked to the sheriff, I looked at the budget, Kurt just looked at the budget. I looked at it for what were the red flags that I used to look at, you know, on a municipal law enforcement budget. When I see just taking say a number that's like, was 589, and now it's 1.2 million even. It just, so it's like, those are things that kind of stand out sometimes. And I've made inquiries, and as you know, you've been copied on those emails. So we did estimate, like I said, for $6,079,000, you could do, what could be done is provide, if the goal is to bring everybody up, what I was told at our lunch meeting is $60,000. And again, I think it's important to note, our firefighter starts at $58,000. Once they get their EMT, then they can be at $60,000. That's why there's an asterisk on the promotional advertisement. If you come as an EMT, you've spent those 3-4 months getting that license and that certification, then you'll get that incentive. Just like there's other incentive for crisis negotiation, for SWAT, for K-9, for sniper. On public safety, they all have incentives. So I understand this. But the firefighter does start at 58. We don't have many, I don't think. But it's rare that we will hire somebody at this point right in time, unless we were that short. So I would say, so if you stuck with 60 and you gave a $9,381 increase, wage increase, and then you do the multiplier of 1.5, which would cover the FRS, cover the FICA, cover the life and health, the workers' comp. I said that comes out to 5.28 for sworn officers based on the 373. The numbers that were provided, that the sheriff submitted in terms of on his sheet. And then the 190 civilians, the average increased to 3,500. That's another 831,000. So for $6,079,920, so we'll say basically $6.1 million, you can address that. But what it does require, and again, I have not tried to get into the sheriff's budget. I've asked questions with him privately. I don't think it's appropriate to do it publicly about specific line items or stuff like that, because I didn't get elected to be sheriff. I got selected, appointed by you all to be your county administrator. So, is there a possibility of deferring capital? Is there a possibility of holding the line? Is there a possibility of maybe doing a phase-in plan, some this year, some next year? Those are all things that you could do. I mean, we've gone back, the additional, because we did start off with 4.7, because it was more than what we provided in percentage-wise of last year. We've gone back, we were able to cut certain things. It was cutting certain things, cutting money from animal sheltering, an issue that we know that will also plague the community from a public safety, the facilities master plan, cutting an additional mile of road resurfacing, which we know is a big issue within our county, because we have so many roads that we're trying to get caught up from the years that we're behind. And then we received, there's some additional funds that are, the 19th court, when they resubmitted their budget right before we already printed this, and it was 185 or something like that? Yeah, and then also the Gifford neighborhood plan, kind of cutting that and trying to see if we can do that internal. So with that's how we came up with about $1 million. So that's where I offered yesterday 5.7, and then we had conversations about mental health court. Because the sheriff has a component where they deal with mental health, and they do casework. And I said, well, what if we were to, over a 6-month period, there's $185,000 of expenses and salaries, there's about $185,000 in operating expenses. I said, so what if we were to look at, with our human services, community services, provided we can work with the court administration, and they're okay with that, that we could take that service off your hands. I said, and we won't touch that extra $185,000 in your budget, because it would take us 6 months to make sure we're appropriately doing what we need to do in terms of the mental health court, because we agree that it's an important, service being provided, and it eliminates additional stressors on the criminal justice system. So that gives about 6.18, it's almost 6.2, and so that would be able to fund it. But today what I've heard is, I've heard 7 million, yesterday I heard 7 million. I couldn't get to 7 million without going in and making more cuts. And I do want to say something about everybody keeps talking about 28 positions, 5 of those positions. And if we have to, I'm willing to prioritize them for you, but they're general fund positions. The others are all sitting in other funds that are not being paid for by ad valorem taxes. They're being paid for by ratepayers, and you can't make them pay, for a general fund employee. It would undermine, the utility person, the person that's paying the utility bill is like, well, why am I paying for that person? Or if somebody's like, you use the general fund, because we augment the sheriff's funding. We have the unincorporated and the MSTU, because we're paying for services that he provides within the unincorporated. Then we also augment for general fund, because there are some services that go beyond the unincorporated area. But it's not fair for everybody in the general fund, which is countywide, to pay for services or subsidize services within the unincorporated area. So it is a balancing act. There's no doubt. But I think we could do we'll just round up 6-1. I really do, and I think that provides. But what that also means is, it does mean, and this is where I'm very careful, because again, I do not want to be the sheriff. I don't envy him. I know he's got a lot of demands. He's in terms of his operations, but evaluating, those increases, because some of them, I listed them out here, the information that was provided to him and information that was provided to you. Some of those increases, just in operating, were pretty significant. Just face value looking at it, without details, because we don't get the details. Just saying face value. So, that's what I would say. I know when I watched the last 3 years, and I wasn't here for the year one, every year, there was is this going to get your people raises? And then I think 2 years ago, you said, because people were here, they were concerned, I was the new administrator, well, are they going to change? He agreed to 5.7, and I just want to make sure the board's not going to back off on that. And people showed up, they talked, and you said, listen, we're approving it. And he gets to spend the money, and I didn't say that. And by the way, that does not apply, my understanding is, to every other constitutional. It's the legislature made that sole provision for the sheriff's office. It does not apply where you can take money from this account, go to this account, go to this account. So, but anyway, so I think the board could do that. I will tell you, I do not think, one, we do not have, what was the amount that was, $600 million in reserves? We do not have $600 million in reserves. We've got about, I want to say, combined between the MSTU and the general fund, it's somewhere around about $102.5 million, but some of that is restricted, non-spendable, committed, and then there's some unassigned. And, we heard the conversation, well, if I have a bank account, a savings account, and I got to keep dipping into it, sooner or later I'm going to run out. Well, that's what will happen with us. And we've seen other communities do that throughout the state where they've dipped and then they don't have. Then they have to make draconian cuts in services that affects everybody. So what we're trying to do is set ourselves up knowing that in 27, 28, whether it's Florida Tax Watch economists, whoever. I understand that there's homes being built, there's some in the pipeline, but I know our building permit revenues, I know our building permit activity. I showed it, new construction values were down this year, by, I think it was like 19%. Impact fees are down. So we're seeing what those who are the quote-unquote experts and the prognosticators that forecast where the economy's going, and none of those forecasts, they're all first quarter forecasts, took into account what the Florida legislature and the governor is looking to do as it relates to the fundamental structure of how we fund local government services. And they didn't take into account, well, I guess Dr. Snaith's did from, about the potential for the tariffs. So there are some unknowns. Again, I would agree that it's going to be like a tropical depression, maybe tropical storm, not a hurricane, whatever. But we need to be ready. That's why we have funds set aside so we don't go through what we did before. So I would say, but I was told that that money that wasn't good enough. But so we found about 1.3 more than what we originally asked, or we're recommending, and I was told that wasn't good enough.
Thank you for that. And we also heard some of the comments about there's been no planning, no projection. I don't see that. In 3 years' time, we've put in from the budget to the sheriff $18.92 million. 18.92 million. I know you have, that's
That's the
4
fourth year, but
The
21.8.
4 year, but the 3 years.
Yes.
And when I spoke with him, he wanted to address compression and starting pay, separation of rank, and he wanted to add a COLA for the men and women who serve. And I said, that's great news, just not all at once. And I believe that he has strategically worked a plan to ensure that these elements are being addressed. In hearing from some of the individuals about people leaving from other jurisdictions or leaving here to go to other jurisdictions, and then hearing what the conditions are in those other jurisdictions, this is a great environment to work. I can tell you that I worked in a little different kind of environment, and then this environment, and to compare the two, yet when I first started, I had to fish in the river so my family could eat, okay? Things haven't changed. I heard things change. Things haven't changed. The economy is still not well. With that, men and women have to be, and I said it earlier, that you can't do a salary study and say, how much are you worth? Because I can't say, how much is your life worth? How much is the quality that you deliver us? The challenge that I think we're not seeing is what we have available. And if we can come up with a solution, because me personally, I said it about the mill rate, and I think a few individuals said, yeah, don't change the mill rate. You change the mill rate, you're going to hurt a huge population to compensate for what needs to be done. So there's got to be an alternative. There's got to be, we have to raise the boat, because if we go to the shallow end to raise the attraction salary as it was compared, which the numbers were not accurate. Someone said 50 and 60 compared to fire and law enforcement. That's not accurate. It's far closer than that. But it should be more. And if it's going to take a little more to keep great individuals working, and the sheriff was right. How much institutional knowledge did I work with? Well, now that a lot of the crowd left, there's not many. I only see a couple. With that, I'm gonna ask to take a break after we're finished, as long as my fellow commissioners have nothing further. And when they do, we'll discuss that, and then, because we still have to hit the aggregate and the final statement. So before we do that, we're going to take a break. But
I just wanted to add, Mr. Chair, I've heard some things. One was a little disturbing about our benefit package. And Mr. Administrator, isn't it true that our health insurance per employee has been flat for several years?
That is correct, and in recognizing the economic times,
Right.
the board elected to not impose any increases. And I think the gold plan, I want to say it's maybe $400 a month.
Yeah.
And if you went out to an insurance exchange, you'd be looking over $1,000. I mean, we have a very competitive package. We provide vision and dental free. We provide long-term disability free. So, I mean, those are things that we've done that we've extended to the constitutionals as well. I mean, that offsets, and plus we have an employee health clinic that is heavily utilized where our employees can get basic care without trying to get in that appointment for primary care. They can go get things, they can get specific everyday prescriptions at no cost.
Right, and then I heard briefly about compression. For instance, $10,000 across the board, you would not have a compression issue because each grade would have an additional $10,000. So if someone's talking about compression, they're not speaking right. And the formula that Mr. Administrator used of 1.5, that is a generous formula to use. So you're looking at $10,000 across the board per sworn law enforcement and $3,500 for civilians without raising the millage rate.
May I ask you a question?
Please.
Thank you. How much time do we have to settle upon the budget? I mean, is this something that we have to decide this week,
Well,
today,
so
tomorrow,
what you're being asked to
Friday?
today is set the tentative millage for the purposes of the trim notices going out saying these are the millages for the respective, for the general fund, for the MSTU, for the emergency service district. Do we have time between now and September, the September 10th? We'd have to have it longer before that because we have to advertise. But whatever millage rate you set today, you can go lower, but you cannot go higher.
You can only go lower.
You can only go lower.
No,
So
I'm not interested in changing the millage rate. I'm not. As we've discussed, there already has been a tax increase just by virtue of the property value rising. And then a concern of mine is for people on fixed incomes, and it's, one of the problems that I had with the universal garbage collection was that, that's a bill that people didn't have and will have. And something that we haven't discussed today is that the water and sewer rates will be increasing. And that's actually catch-up, the way we're catching up with the firefighters, and we've done that. We solved that problem, and I guess we created another in doing so. But with the water, for 20 years, I think the rates went up about 12% or something like that. Correct me if I'm wrong.
5%.
And it should have gone up like 200% over 20 years, okay? So now you're getting 2 increases within, a year? One increase this last October and another increase this October. So for people on fixed incomes, that's a lot of money. It's a lot of money, and it's unfortunate, but we have to do it. I mean, you can't defund water. We have to have it, so we have to do it. But I understand that it can be painful on fixed income, so I'm not looking to change millage. That being said, when I started on county commission, which was in 2020, it's the same year that Sheriff Flowers took his position, he took us, I think he took each one of us separately, but I know he took me around in a golf cart and showed me the sheriff's compound and his plans for the future and what he wanted to do. And I have to say, he did everything, he said that he wanted to do, in that term. And I'm very mindful of that and very respectful of that. I think he's done a great job. What I would like to do is see if there is any other place, and I appreciate that you've already come up with $1 million, a little bit over $1 million, but if there's any other place or places within the budget where we can trim spending and redirect it to the sheriff's budget, that's my position on it. So those are my thoughts. But I understand what you're saying about millage, not looking to change millage.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
I've listened to a lot today. I've been in the same boat that they're in. I remember a 14-hour session we had here with the Board of County Commissioners. I forget what year it is, but it was back in the 2010-ish, in that range somewhere before. We weren't successful. The board voted it down to keep it down. It was a big battle that we had at the firefighters for over the year. And it still wasn't much better when I got elected in 2020. Our new administrator saw fit because we can. The fire department is directly under this board. We sit as the Board of County Commissioners. Commissioner Fleischer is the chair, as the Emergency Service District, or the chairman, whoever's the chairman, Commissioner Fleischer being the chairman of that district. And we saw fit to see what's happening in late 2020, 2021. Yeah, their starting pay increased. They got some benefits because we saw it coming. The problem that I'm having today is I'm looking at this slide right here, $22 million in 4 years. Why is starting pay so low? Why are we still at $50,000 in 2015? It doesn't fall upon the Board of County Commissioners. My son works there, as you were told. I would love to see him get a good substantial raise and get back on his 2 feet and get out from his divorce that he had a few years ago. It would be wonderful. But I don't set his salary. I don't set how many patrol cars are on the road. I don't set how many people are in jail. I don't set anything. I strictly deal with, Sheriff, here's your check. This year, he got a $78 million check. Every year, he and I were elected the same year. Every year, he's come into my office, and the first question I asked the sheriff, and he'd be telling a lie if he didn't say this was true. The first question that I asked him is, Sheriff, what are you giving your people this year? Oh, we got them taken care of. We're working on compression issues. We're working on some start and pay issues. Okay, I believe him. He's a good man. He's a friend of mine. He's the sheriff in River County. I respect that. It's 2025. We're still at $50,000 start and pay with $22 million over the last 4 years. I am just floored by that every time I see it. You know, and then to compare to what we did with fire rescue. When I was in the union, and I remember the battles that we had here, we always only compared ourselves to other fire departments. We didn't use law enforcement in our criteria that we had to do. That's all well and good because it's local, but we saw it coming. No, they're not at a starting salary of $50,000 a year like they were, or even less. Some of them were like at 48, 47. They are. They're at 60,000 if you have your paramedic certification. And I just look at 22 million over 4 years. I'm just absolutely floored by that. That where were the raises when the raises needed to be done? And I look at it now that we want another 15 million on top of the 78 million that he's automatically going to get, because you never go back from what you had. That would be a $93 million budget. I get it. And I want y'all to get pay. I want you to get pay raises. I want you to be successful in your private life as you are in your professional life. But, I mean, it's just very tough for me to look at that number and see what we're going to do. But I tell you what I am in favor of. I am in favor of trying to get more of what we can do, but we have to be careful. And one of my favorite commissioners up on this dais, Commissioner Adams, will always tell you that we can't necessarily hack the rest of the county's budget and every people that what the county needs in order to support one entity, whether it's the sheriff's department or whether it's public works or whether it's anything. We can't do that. So the same as fire rescue. The benefit there is they are an emergency services district. So I'm all in favor to see, like what Commissioner Moss said, to see what we can do, but the taxpayer is not going to stand for a millage increase, in my opinion, right now. unless it can be minimal and bring in the tax dollars, but I don't think this board would vote for it. Even if I did say yes, I think there would probably be 4 votes against me. So I don't think the millage increase is a way to do it. Maybe there's another way to fund it. But you know what also troubles me is the sheriff didn't meet me this year on the budget, haven't spoke to him about it at all. We had lunch a few months ago at CJ Cannon's, and I said, how's your budget coming up? Oh, it'll be a good budget. That was my only conversation with him. So I haven't talked to him this year about his budget. We hadn't had the conversation. I didn't get to ask him, what are you gonna pay your people this year? But we need to pay y'all more than what you're making now, what you're starting at and what you're making now. And I think there's some ways to do that, but I haven't heard a plan. I haven't heard any great suggestions from the sheriff that this is what we can do. It's just, I want $14 million. That's what I need to have. I want $14 million. If I went to my dad and asked him, Dad, I need $100, he'd make me explain why I need it and what I'm gonna do with it. I mean, come on, let's work together here. Let's don't arbitrarily say, I'm 14 million and I'll walk out the door. Let's find a way to take care of you guys that are out there every day. That's all I got to say.
Thank you. Anything else? We're going to take a 10-minute break. Thank you.
hear from this guy again?
Oh, okay, well,
No.
thanks for asking. Thank you.
You got two more things to do. The meeting will now be called back to order. Thank you. I appreciate it.
6 point.
We heard a lot today regarding the sheriff's budget. I think it was the keynote speech.
5.7.
And I think that I can speak for every one of the commissioners that are sitting before you. We heard you. We heard the sheriff, and we heard the concerns. And personally, I began this with, I want to see if the men and women who serve can get what they need. And I made a statement about the sheriff wanting to take on hand 3 different elements that he felt were important when he took office. And we had a long talk, and he was going to do one of them at a time, because it's a crash course for disaster if you try to complement all 3 of those elements. You know what? He did that. He worked with the compression. We had to come back for the sergeants. And then we had to work with the base pay. And the records show it. And you can't take away $21,865,155. It happened. And unfortunately, the economy was happening in a different way, in a different light. In between those moves he did each year. So I want to compliment him for separating them and addressing the needs of the men and women who serve. With that said, personally, and I know you've heard from each one of us, we want to do more. It's very difficult when you're looking at this from 18,000 feet with the other over 170,000 citizens. But we want to do the right thing. So I want to say that now that we've talked at this workshop, that there's a little work to be done. And I believe that some work will be done. And I believe it's going to take the sheriff and the county administrator a little extra time. We have 2 budget hearings after this. We have another budget hearing, then we have a final in September. And then the budget cycle is completed. I had wished that the conversations had happened more robustly and earlier on than they occurred. I heard the comment about that there was some talk, but I couldn't talk. There's great record of a lot of communication, but there has to be a willingness to embrace what we can do without raising the mill rate. That's the concept. I do anticipate that something will be done. Fond hopes. That's anticipation. I want to let you know that there's not a brick wall here, but the request at over $14 million is a large one to climb over. I don't think we'll ever get there. I don't think we'll ever get there. But we can get a little closer and make this happen, as I had discussed with the sheriff, and we looked at a 2-year cycle, and he didn't care for that too much, didn't have any appetite for that. So we'll have to see what can be done, and I hope I'm holding the consensus of this board that we'd like to see absolutely the most that we can be doing to ensure that our first responders, our law enforcement officers, are comfortable, confident, and able to work and live here at the same time. Even the ones that don't live here yet, we'd like them to live here too. Anybody else want any comment? With that, we'll move on. We have a discussion on the aggregate millage.
See you Saturday.
God bless it, man.
I'm sorry.
I know. We're having a sidebar.
Okay, Mr. Chair. Trying to find where my slides went. So the aggregate millage that's being proposed is 6.1198. The rollback millage is 5.7442, and the proposed is 6.1158 for a difference of 0.3716. This is not what everybody would pay. This is just the average, in terms of the aggregate millage. Oh, that's where it is, sorry. So, and it is decreasing by 0.0040 mils altogether.
$6.1158. Okay.
Okay.
I'll move on to the recap, sir.
So the next two, and we're just talking about this, Kristen and I, because it's just that there's multiple funds involved here, and it's not just general fund. We may have to move money and try to figure something in terms of how we could come up with, going back, looking at it, come up with more. Because one of the things that she has to do is she has to advertise with the trim what the proposed budget is.
Not just the millage rate?
The advertisement that goes in the paper the Friday after the preliminary hearing has to be to the press journal before you have the preliminary hearing. So it kind of puts us in a bind if we don't know what each fund equals at that point. So if you wanted to give us a number that you wanted to give the sheriff, that would be ideal. If you're not prepared to do so today, maybe we need to have another workshop and do this again in August.
I'm not really prepared. I don't think we're really prepared to do that today. We only have one true commission meeting in August, so I would be happy to, personally, I'd be happy to have a special call or workshop specific to the questions that might surround that. If that gives you a little bit of extra time to try to work something out and crunch. I just think there's too many moving parts, and it's too late in the day to really try to lock something in at this point based on the conversations.
As far as direction from you all, what is it that you expect from us? You want us to do different scenarios, giving different amounts and where those cuts would come from? Is there, without raising the millage, how, we're not going to 14 million, obviously, but.
Well, you don't have much to work with. And again, you have to look directly at the general fund.
Yeah, so I mean, the first thing that comes to mind, is we are recommending 8 positions in the general fund. I'll go back and review those positions, because some of these other positions that people were talking about, like, there's a lot in building facility services, but that's so we're not paying a private contractor $125 an hour. I mean, we're saving money by doing that. So I think that would be one of the areas, and we can look at some other things, we can get together, but,
Maybe what would be helpful is if you can create a few scenarios within the current millage rate and then speak to us individually, and maybe that will narrow it down and bring something back for a workshop.
I think that's a good idea. I like that idea.
You were able to get 6.1?
It's just over like 6.1, so it's like 6.1, 6.2. And that brings it up to if you look at that brings it up to the 60,000. So it's not 10,000, it's like 9,681 or something like that, to bring it to the magic $60,000 number.
Well, there's no delusional envisionment that we're going to get to 14 million.
No,
There's nothing
I
to say that we're going to get to 9.
As the sheriff mentioned, we met yesterday, and I couldn't even conceive, or, we looked, we ran, and even before getting there, and looked at, ran scenarios, and kind of like, oh, what if we did this, what if we did that? I couldn't get to 7. I'm just gonna tell you, I couldn't get to 7. And I'm gonna say this, in good conscience as your administrator, I don't recommend that I think you gotta be worried about that trajectory for future years. I'm not saying the sky's falling, but I'm just saying we need to be mindful and cautious of what we do today, because it compounds for every year.
But you think we can make it a little better?
Do you want to show them the proposed for 6.1 million?
So yes, I can do that.
It's on here.
Yeah, yep. So let me just, voila, surprise. This is the 1.2?
That gets the increase to 6 million. We could find another 100,000.
Yeah, this is the 6
But
billion.
if you want to show him, the next slide is where we're.
Okay, so yeah, so here's how we were getting to 6 million, was to cut funding from animal services, get rid of, the facility master plan for 247,507, some additional court administration in terms of that's the money that they have
Is that for
subsequently
mental
let us
health
know
court?
that they're not. What's that?
Is that the mental health court dollars?
No, that's not. So there's still potential there if the district agrees to do half, meaning like we split it. So that would be, that 6 there, that 2 there gives you the 6.2, if you will. But the neighborhood plan, and then it's 1 mile of road paving, resurfacing is $240,000. This doesn't look at any, the positions, and I'll meet with the deputy and the assistant county administrators regarding the positions in their respective areas.
But these cuts, along with some rebalancing of some revenues between general and MSTU fund, would get you to a point where you could fund the sheriff an additional $6 million from his last year's request, instead of the 4.7 that's in the recommended budget as of today.
So that would be an additional 1.4 over what you originally recommended.
4.7 plus 1.4.
Yes.
Right.
Coupled with that, and if the sheriff can take a deeper look at the medical costs, that rather large uptick, maybe perhaps between a little adjustment here and a little adjustment there, we can get to where it needs to be for the men and women who serve. Absolutely. I think there is a bit of latitude there. That budget went up significantly. And maybe that can be re-engineered on his part.
Mm-hmm.
And as far as our part on the administration, perhaps maybe there could be a few dollars found to build a bridge and get a little closer near that 7. Just, I don't
So
believe.
we'll meet with you individually. I mean, Kristen and I will get together, we'll come up with some ideas, and we'll meet with you all individually and then kind of go through there. But we understand, you know, generally right now, we're looking at 6.2, and that's kind of, unless there's something, I don't want to say there's a magical unicorn in the budget, to borrow Commissioner Adams' phrase, but, you know, but we will go back. We will do our best, and we will look. You know, we'll look at our projections, we will make sure that we're tight, you know, I mean, but within reason in terms of making sure that we're not placing the county in a situation where we're being fiscally irresponsible.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, here's the other thing, you know, septic to sewer, I mean, the utilities is not gonna be able to absorb all that by itself, you know, especially if you fund a program, you try to fund a program to help people connect, that's a 2030 mandate. I mean, I mean.
5 years left.
Yeah, 5 years to figure it out,
So can I ask my fellow commissioners if these funds, is everybody okay with like the base of these funds being removed and added?
Well, the fourth one on the list is pretty important.
That's, I mean, we've been kind of working on that for a while.
Yeah.
Many years,
Yeah.
and it's been delayed many years, and
I just didn't know if this was like the base you guys want, but
Okay,
we'll
so,
just all
but
get
we
together
can,
individually.
I don't disagree, because I will tell you, I fundamentally believe, and I've heard the comments about the consultants, I believe having an independent consultant team coming in and doing a Gifford neighborhood plan would better serve the community and the county as a whole versus what we have right now. I just really believe that, because it's like, you know, but I have talked to Chris, you know, and maybe this is something that we can read, you know, like, you know, Logan helped us in a big way on the Oslo. So let me talk to PDS and see if the bandwidth exists.
All right, well, let's.
That's great.
Together
Okay.
individually.
thank you. I think we're in at least a better frame. There's some possibility, but yeah, the item number 4, when
Yes. It was like a low, it was a higher, yeah, so.
Yeah.
So what we do need to do is just kind of review these right now, and in terms of the overall budget, in terms of the proposed overall budget is $597,623,132. It's a decrease of $73,305,11 from the amended FY25 budget as of March 31st, 25. So the proposed general fund millage rate is 3.5, recommended is 3.5475, which is, again, 6.69 above the rollback rate. So legally, it is considered a tax increase, but it's not an increase in the millage rate. The proposed general fund budget is 156. General fund budget is 156,902,503, an increase of 196,559. For the municipal service taxing unit, for the unincorporated area, the proposed millage is 1.1506 mils, which is 6.09% above the rollback rate. Not an increase in the millage rate, but it's legally considered a tax increase. And the proposed MSTU budget is $54,969,931, a decrease of $2,285,375. So then the next would be, oops, I did have it there. The transportation fund, the proposed budget is $27,295,785, a decrease of $1,386,172. For the emergency service district, the proposed millage is 2.3531. It's 6.25% above the rollback rate. Again, no increase in the millage rate, but legally considered tax increase. Proposed budget is $73,585,471, a decrease of $9,992,199. The next one is our land acquisition bond. Series 2024. The proposed millage is, and this is lastly, the .0610, and the proposed budget is $1,843,432, an increase of $65,340. So, so now would be a time, I think we've already discussed this, you need to make a motion to adopt the proposed millage rates.
Well, okay, and as far as considering any proposed budget changes, that will be up to the exploration of your determination. You'll speak with us all individually, and you'll have a discussion with Sheriff.
Yes.
Okay. Well, with that, we can get the final motion going. The only motion of the day, and that will be to have a motion to adopt the proposed millage rates. And everybody has their own microphone. And we need 2 people to move that, and I can't be the first.
I'll make a motion to approve millage rate at 3.5475.
Second. There you go. We have a motion by Commissioner Ehrman, seconded by myself. Any further discussion?
Yeah, can I clarify? So there's 3 different millage rates that you're ultimately adopting. And that's the general fund. The MSTU proposed millage rate, 4 actually, is 1.1506 for the MSTU. And then the emergency services is 2.3531, and the land acquisition bond is 0.0610. So you would need to amend your motion to include all of those other 3.
Amend my motion to include those mentioned by the county administrator.
We have an amended motion by Commissioner Ehrman, seconded by myself. Any further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried unanimously.
So, Mr. Chair, I just have a couple comments. And I know this is the hearing schedule, but we know obviously based on our discussion today, there'll be in August a second workshop that will be scheduled at some point in August after we have consensus and scenarios and bringing them forward. But I do want to state, it's a reiteration of some of the comments I made. It's just as much as the state remains concerned about its revenue sources and what's going to happen with intergovernmental funds, or revenue transfers, as well as the economy. As much as they're preparing for the cooling of the economy or a contraction, it would be foolhardy for us not to do that as well. So I just, encourage that we continue to remain proactive and fiscally disciplined, and while we work to continue to deliver essential services, trying to be resilient, so when the economy does bounce back, we're able to capitalize on that. And the last little I want to do, I want to thank, Kristen, Elise, Rhonda. Kristen and Elise did a lot of heavy lift in this budget, with the 2 of them, when we normally have 3. So I really appreciate all the work they did. But I also appreciate the work that our constitutionals did. I appreciate the work of our departments. And then I want to thank each of you because you all have made yourself available throughout this process more than the last couple of years. The ongoing conversations that we've had to have individually. So I do appreciate the leadership, the guidance. And so with that, I want to thank you, and I want to thank our employees and our managers and all those who work to deliver the services that we provide to our residents.
Thank you, but the work is not done.
Yes.
Actually just begun.
But I'd just like to echo the thank you. We could not have done this without Elise and Rhonda. Like John said, we're 1 man down this year, and it's been a challenge, but we've got a great team, and I thank them for their dedication.
And with that, the preliminary budget hearing is scheduled for September 10th, 2025 at 5:01 p.m. here at the BCC Chambers. And the final budget here will be September 17th, 2025 at 5:01 p.m. here at the BCC Chambers. And the sooner that we can, we will make this a priority to get meetings so we can get this August workshop scheduled.
Thank you.
Appreciate you all and your time.
Anybody have anything? Thank you all. Meeting adjourned.